Against the backdrop of the majestic mountains, ancient spires of the castle immersed in the gray haze of foggy twilight. Behind one window, the bright lights of a lush three-tier chandelier filled the huge hall with light. She shouted quietly, feeling something cold touched her gentle and defenseless neck. The girl's face was a little embarrassed with embarrassment and excitement. She quietly asked, "Please solve me." She almost quietly groaned. "Edric." The young blonde watched a girl with a slight smile, slowly tapping on the palm of his hand, then slowly leaning forward, quietly soothing words. They lay on the bed. An attractive, dangerous man who has everything and a young girl. The face of the host, with her eyes closed, was still glowing with a pink tinge after experiencing pleasure, and her thoughts continued to focus around Edric. Yes, he has everything, but at the same time, this man has nothing. The man gently ran his hand on the girl's face and, looking into her eyes, asked, "Are you sorry?" The host really felt sorry for him. Meanwhile, cool rain was noisy outside the window, creating an even more cozy and intimate atmosphere in the room. The host gently put her hand on Edric's palm. "I want to help you, then I can, because I usually take." They lay, looking into each other's eyes. The hair of the host was scattered on the pillow, and Edric gently stroked her neck. And then a man with a deep gratitude, almost moaning, said the name of his beloved, the host. He slowly approached her mouth, burning a passionate kiss to them. After a moment, their lips merged into one whole, and the girl blushed even brighter than such a pleasant continuation. But her thoughts continued to shed him to him. She could not stop thinking about him. His embrace, how they wrapped, and the warmth of his body. During such a desired kiss, the host realized that she never felt as comfortable as at that moment. From the warm embrace of Edric, tears filled the eyes of the hose, bringing her unspeakable pleasure. Did it mean that he also wanted from her? The host's thoughts were swept through the space at the speed of light. In front of her put an icy and indifferent image of a lover who at the same time pushed fear and caused compassion. At that moment, she was not yet aware that these emotions, like a giant serpent, have ruthlessly clenched her for a long time. Morning light poured a space of a room where several maids were paid. In the solid darkness of the adjacent room, a muffled cough came. He repeated again, and suddenly, on the floor, a tired human body was lying, filled with its own blood, and opposite, leaning on the windowsill, a man stood. In the last despair, a hunched figure broke up to the cry that torn the soul, turning to the man. "You are a real monster." This man was Edric. In one hand, he compressed an unburned cigar, and in the other, a charged revolver. His piercing blue eyes slid to the body lying at his feet, and he said, "What a booze." A deafening whistle of the ball came, and the powerless hand of the victim of Edric fell on a cold marble. The killer instantly wiped blood from his cheeks with a sleeve and, keeping inviolability, said, "You are here." An elderly man came into the room, leaning on a cane. He was slowly approaching Edric. His eyes, as blue and piercing like Edric, radiated fear. A mysterious smile played on the lips. It was Joseph von Rugen. He was met with absolutely casual words. "The night is cool today." "What brought you here?" Noticing the revolver, the man was a little confused, trying to find the right words. "Goal." But soon he took his hands and confidently voiced his desire. "Open the gate." Sworn in a hard time, Edric made a short pause, and then with a slight sarcasm said, "Okay, you still don't give up?" In response, the older man said, unchanged in the expression of the face, "There is no other way. I rely on you, Sarah Einburnza." Suddenly, Edric's face changed to cruel. He asked, "Do you trust?" And at that moment, without doubt, he aimed his revolver simply on the mysterious old man who stood in front of him. Edric, with a smug smile, said, "Isn't this because you just don't want to lose your paw?" Again, a deafening whistle of the air that cut the air. Fear was increasingly covering the man. Finally, without restraining more, he seemed like his own feeling and squeezed the moan. An exhausted man pleaded, "This is the last desire of the old man. Please." Gradually recovering from the shock, the man slowly closed his eyes. Peat with small drops flowed down his face. When he tilted his head, he heard the following words of Edric. "Don't be afraid. In any case, it is the end." Under the pressure of these acute words, Joseph began to tremble, sighing hard, trying to regain peace. He kneeled in front of his cat with a nervous trepidation, saying, "I rely on you." Edric remained indifferent to what he saw without changing any features of his impenetrable face. The man, half wandering, casting a thoughtful look towards a peaceful, well-groomed garden outside the window, and slowly releasing smoke from a delicious-smelling, expensive cigar, he looked unfriendly at his interlocutor. And then he said what made the elder's eyes a new ray of hope. "I give you the last chance." The elderly man lifted his head, looking at his tormentor with the happiness. The gossip went out again in his eyes. After a short pause, Edric made a new demand. "Contact the Prime Minister, and then I will open the gate." At a completely different time and in a completely different place, someone intentionally flipped the ceramic vase. A maiden cry came up with a loud moon. The pale pink petals are spread with the floor with water. A man in black lacquered shoes carelessly stepped on the wreckage of a broken vase without even paying attention to it. He unceremoniously threw a young woman on the table that deftly lost, and she, clasping her teeth, forced herself to withstand this moment, closing her eyes firmly. The host begged him to stop, but Edric remained deaf to her requests. He hangs over her, interfering with even thinking about escape. Then he easily touched her lip with his finger, and the host uncertainly asked to wait a little. But she stopped his hand in a black glove and quickly said, "Listen, I need to say something." Slightly starving, she added, "All this is just a misunderstanding." But Edric, unmoved as always, asked, "Misunderstanding?" The man's hand, despite the desperate attempt to break free, grabbed the collar of her blouse. The host was on the open sight of the top of the skyscraper, fascinated by looking into the distance. Suddenly, a phone call came. After listening to the interlocutor, the girl asked in surprise, "I really fly to Germany?" Lindert Castle has long remained a wrapped mystery that was finally revealed. However, entrance to outsiders is strictly forbidden. However, this year the Prime Minister granted the entrance permit. This place was the dream of anyone who studied art, and of course, the laboratory where the Kazi worked was also no exception. The students were actively discussing long 15 hours in economy class, while the host smiled carelessly. After a grueling 15-hour flight, they will have to withstand an hour and 20 minutes in a suffocating bus. However, the master did not lose optimism. Although the path was difficult, it was worth it. The students stepped to their destination under the bright blue October sky, and what they saw caused them incredible delight. The lush medieval castle impressed with its Gothic grandeur, combining a thoroughness and lightness at the same time. The professor could not hold back his admiration. "Who could imagine that I will be able to step on a Linder in my life? Let this path be in vain. A dissertation that can turn the world of art should see the world." In reality, the Linder DC Castle, located at the foot of the mountains, is significantly different from what the host saw in the photos. It was built in Romanesque style and seemed frozen in time, without any signs of influence of past eras. The slender spears, the sophisticated colonnades of open verandas, and the arches of high windows were fascinated by their majesty and grace. The host remembered how she saw an ancient castle in the picture, a real masterpiece of architecture. She has already begun to think about her first step, if she was the place she saw in her sleep. Suddenly, she heard her name spoken by someone behind. Looking back, the girl met the look of a man whose presence did not please her. In response to the question of Kazi Kwan, Usak hugged the girl by his shoulders and said, "Because I want to support you." And he continued, "You will have to make an effort to thank the professor, because she does not even have the opportunity to pay for training." Pressing the girl stronger, he whispered, "Stay with me like now." The owner shuddered, filled with hatred of him. Meeting with this person was a great mood of Ha-Jen, shaking his earlier joy. It was then that Ha-Jen saw one of the students and, without losing the opportunity, hurried to her, exclaiming, "Yukon!" "It is covered with colorful enthusiasm," the host exclaimed. "Didn't you say that you wanted to see something?" Yukyeon was a little embarrassed by such a perseverance, but agreed, and the masters seized her with her, removing from the Kuvan Usok. The guy was dissatisfied with the gaze of girls who had fun. "How wonderful it is, let's move faster." When the girls went a little further, the master expressed his gratitude to Yuno, what she asked in surprise. "What do you thank me for?" And she added, "Sonhun is not marked by particular observation, so he is unlikely to help. You can stay with me." The indignation of the classmate Hajian did not go out. Kwan Usok, a scoundrel to be a bride, does not mean to be everyone. As Junkyeon said, she plunged into the phone, distracted by the weather, leaving Hyeon in a terrible mood. The girl was instantly getting rid of, because only one unpleasant conversation dispelled all her hopes for the future excursion. She suddenly felt the ice cool, though the sun was already rising above the mountains and there was an unbearable heat. Meanwhile, students discussed the problem that the gates open only with the arrival of the owner, expressing a clear dissatisfaction with this. One of the professors began to think aloud. What do we do? Will we have to wait until tomorrow to let us go inside? How much time do we still have to wait? Hajayan also drew attention to the indignation of friends and asked with hope, will we be able to get there today? The opening period lasted only 3 months, which is too short for any serious research. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that immediately attracted attention. Is the owner finally appeared? This made the host look. There was a gorgeous black limousine on the road. 6 men rallied around, opening the door. Students also gathered nearby, looking at the luxurious car of the lord of the castle Linderk. After all, this man in black lacquered shoes is a living legend. Cold, insightful eyes and expressive features of his face spoke of aristocratic origin. He was dressed in a business suit. The owner of the ancient castle was none other than Edric von der Einborn. From the crowd, the exclamations of a general admiration were erupted, because no one could believe that the owner of the castle managed to see with his own eyes. He looked at his unexpected guests with some superiority. Hajayan was stunned at least no less because this person caused her undeniable admiration. Even under the influence of the magical appearance of the owner of the castle, she directed her camera for Edric. The click came down and the girl instantly embarrassed, lowering the camera because she caught too much attention. Ha-jeon lifted her gaze with surprise, hoping that Edric did not pay attention to her not quite a polite act. However, the view of the owner of the castle is directed directly at the girl, and his cold blue eyes forced her. The host was in deep surprise after an unexpected meeting with such an influential person. In addition to confusion, the host felt some discomfort from these blue eyes, as if the atmosphere had changed instantly. Suddenly, it became even colder. The cold ran all over the host, forcing her to shudder. Was it the very moment when she became a target? Perhaps it is all that began. On this warm, clear autumn day, in the mysterious atmosphere of the majestic ancient castle Linderk. And here, among the crowd, one student asked with interest, "You don't think he is reminiscent of a magician?" The girl near him, without hesitation, replied, "I asked you not to mention all these unscientific things." But the young man did not quench. Einborn, a descendant of Faust, was able to survive many wars around the world. The host was waiving all this, because after this event, it did not leave anxiety. In the meantime, students found a new topic for discussion. This master was a company commander and had a noble title. Suddenly, one of the girls lowered the voice to whisper, "But that's interesting." After a small pause, the girl continued the same voice. "They say he is extremely dangerous. As far as she knows, he is engaged in trade in weapons, which looks quite suspicious. It is rumored that Einborns have a mysterious weapon that the public knows nothing about. Rumors also spread that criminal groups were intended to approach the Count with unknown intentions." But suddenly, the storyteller sharply broke up her story and looked at Hye-jin. "Jin, do you look bad? All is okay?" But the girl assured, "No, it's okay." Students, turning away from Hajena, said, "They went because the professor is waiting." The girl with optimism thought that their views were only accidentally coming down, and there was nothing special about it. She quickly followed the classmates, thinking, "And why did you decide that it is dangerous?" Meanwhile, the security guard talked about the rules of attending the castle. It is forbidden to take pictures, as well as to take phones. But the host could not come together with thoughts. "Wake up. Hye-jin is the place you sought to see. Indeed, to see Linderdeck Castle, known for its centuries, old history, was her long-standing dream." The girl froze in the door opening, fascinated by the atmosphere of the castle, which seemed to come to life before her eyes. The rest of the group, excitedly looking around, exchanged grabbed impressions, adding even more charm. Unlike its companions, Hyeon perceived the atmosphere of the castle as something terrifying. Is it only her impression? Finally, Jean took her hands, reassured her own thoughts, and said with determination, "Well, where more thought, we are not time." After that, she moved forward, enthusiastically considering the majestic statues that happened in her path. They say that the owner of this castle is very variable. A group of researchers decided to split because they were concerned that in 3 months they would not have time to inspect this huge castle. The professor at a good age, along with the classmate Hanjin Sonhun, went together to explore a certain area. The host focusedly recorded her impressions and what she saw in a notebook. She sought to carefully explore every detail. Suddenly, her eyes froze and her mouth again was barely revealed. Among the sawmills, her gaze came across a huge, bright mural depicting a young woman in ancient dress. The surrounding was impressed by its grandeur. The high columns on which the arcades relied on were made of massive stone. The vaults and domes form a perfectly symmetrical structure, giving the entire building a gorgeous and graceful look, and yet it looks extremely reliable. Gina was already running out of this impressive sight. Plastic's patterns also seemed to the girl real masterpieces of art. The master realized that 3 months may not really be enough to study all the secrets of the castle. At that moment, something touched her attention, and Ha Jenny suddenly returned, looking back. The atmosphere of the castle has changed instantly, and unfortunately not for the better. It became unusually frightened. It was so quiet that it seemed not to be a place where many students gathered for examination. Hajin quickly began to look around, looking for unknown, but there was a depressing silence everywhere. And here the girl came to a terrible awareness. Did she accidentally find herself in the forbidden area? The owner of the castle made a single demand before opening: in no case to encroach on his personal space. Realizing this, the host instantly turned to the opposite direction to disappear from the scene as soon as possible. It is said that if you penetrate the forbidden area, you will be expelled without hesitation, regardless of the cause. The girl reassured herself with the idea that there were no warnings on the way. However, the djinn suddenly froze, looking around as if she had felt someone's piercing look. Suddenly, Jean realized that the interior of the ancient castle had changed so much that it was difficult to recognize. Jean continued to step, but now slowly, as if she listened carefully to every sound, so as not to miss a single threat. Suddenly, a mocking voice forced the girl to die of horror. Ha-Jean cautiously cast her gaze towards where the voice came from. Her gaze slid on the slender figure of a tall man, which rests on the windowsill. It was Edric. With light in his eyes and a dangerous smile, he greeted her German. The man, leaning his arms on his knees and leaning forward slightly, sharply interrupted the girl. The host still could not realize that it was Count Einbernus who stands in front of her. Right now, here and now, in all her grandeur. Trying to soften the situation, the djinn said with laughter, "Oh, the deafening roar just..." Suddenly, she saw that everything around again became the way before this unexpected meeting. Not recovering from the experience, the girl tried to complete the started phrase, but unfortunately, the master has not been possible. Edric suddenly asked her the question, "Do you sometimes not speak German?" Without giving the master the opportunity to deny, he immediately asked one more question, but this time in English. "Maybe you are in English?" However, the girl hurried to justify. "I just got lost. Sorry, sir. More precisely, Mr. Einburn." She took a look at her gaze and quietly added, "Will you be able to forgive my invasion?" Still, she could not understand. How happened that the atmosphere around changed instantly? And again, the host was interrupted. Edric stretched the pointer in her direction and slowly lifted her chin. With vigilant attention, studying the girl's face, he smiled smugly and concluded, "Not bad." This absolutely unexpected act of the owner of the castle drove the djinn to a rather difficult position. In the questionaire's questioning look, Edric answered his bold confidence, nor a little confused or embarrassed. Suddenly, he approached her, saying, "I finally met the one that fulfills my taste." After a while, they walked the deserted corridor of the majestic castle, wrapped in absolute silence. Edric remained calm and motionless, while the host could not streamline his thoughts. Wrapped in her cloak, she considered whether the owner of the castle should apologize for his rough actions. Count Einburn immediately understood his mistake and quickly turned into the usual elegant gentleman. More recently, he spoke such obscene things, and now silent, keeping an unmoved facial expression. And suddenly, the silence that reigned tore his question. Edric Einburn himself. "Are you from Korea? Yes?" They stopped, and the host nodded in response, which pushed him to continue. "Yes, you're right. I'm from the south. I rarely meet someone here from the north." After that, Edric asked the name of the host and immediately answered. The man turned to her, and Ha Jen hastened to explain to her interlocutor, "Ha is my last name, and the Jin is a name." Edric smiled. "To call you the host would be much easier." These words were even more embarrassed by the poor girl. She was extremely surprised and quickly addressed her husband. "Where do you know my nickname?" Then Jean suggested that Edric to turn to her as he was comfortable, and the Earl gladly supported the idea. The host sparkled when she first saw his smile, because from now on, it seems that she cannot look away from her. Finally, they came to the majestic two-leaf carved door, which impresses with their monumental. The affected host stopped at the entrance when she heard her indifferent tone. After you. The girl lowered in the luxurious office, firmly clamping her arms in an excitement, feeling a careful, vigilant look. The host realized that he was in the personal office of Count Einburn. Each item in this space was amazed by luxury and uniqueness. The starry eyes of the hose cast their gaze on the tangled drawings on the table. The girl was interested in what it was, and immediately she heard the answer to her unspoken question from Count Einburn himself. The man leaned to the girl's ear and whispered softly, responding to her unspoken opinion. It is a drawing of a rocket engine. The host was aware of the situation. Although he managed a military company, could he create the drawings himself? Now she will have this trouble. As a real gentleman, Edric hastened to reassure the guest. Everything is fine. The drawings have not yet been completed. After passing the girl, the man approached the table and with grace sat in a comfortable working chair. After that, Edric calmly stated, I will be frank, I made a mistake, and if it affects you, offend. It seemed not very convincing for Jian, because his eloquence, which she heard recently, immediately emerged in memory. He made the sincere apologies for his boldness with respect to the hose and offered her monetary compensation. The question of the amount of compensation was caught by the girl by surprise. She froze in a chair absorbed by reflections on just heard. Edric did not look away from the guest, eagerly waiting for her answer to her invitation. His icy, insightful blue eyes looked at the girl, preventing her from gathering with thoughts. It looked as if he deliberately forced Jin to be in an uncomfortable situation, as if he were counting on her uncertainty. Then Count Einburn dared to break silence and asked, Do I scare you so much? It reminded the girl about everything that happened earlier. Their first acquaintance near the car and the last meeting that did not enjoy. At this point, she decided to open the graph and say everything as it is. Perhaps the cause of my feelings lies in what happened earlier, she suggested. The lord of the castle, remaining absolutely indomitable, said, I think you were afraid of me from the beginning. Count Edric thoughtfully tapped his long, aristocratic fingers on the armrest. The last meeting of Hajen flashed in front of her eyes, leaving a trace as a painful scar in her memory. The girl did not even notice how her cheeks packed and her breath became faster. It seemed as if she were under the burden of unbearable cargo, from which it was impossible to be released. Such weakness did not comfort the girl too much, so she gathered all her determination. She looked at her husband. Count Einburn was in no hurry. He sat motionlessly in his chair, relaxing, watching the girl who had frozen before him. Han Jin's facial expression has changed imperceptibly. He turned into almost decisive, and she said, You can easily destroy me. This unexpected confession struck the Count to the depths of the soul. However, the girl immediately became excused, realizing that her words were absolutely inappropriate. Edric was silent, so Jean took the initiative to continue the conversation. I did not mean it at all. In conclusion, she summed up, My feelings are caused by the fact that you are so significant to me. And at that moment, Count Einburn exploded with laughter, as if he had not noticed the embarrassment or the uncertainty of his companion. After that, the man apologized and said, You do not need to answer immediately. Let us know when you think carefully. Hajin was comfortable on the back of the chair, plunging into thinking about how to find a way out of such an uncomfortable situation. However, the girl did not leave the feeling that she had looked over something extremely important. It seemed that Mr. Einbrand's cold look knocked her out of the way and did not allow him to concentrate on the most important. Finally, Jin came to the conclusion that the strange reincarnation of the corridor was only an illusion. Having cast her gaze towards the window, she thought, How perfectly everything looks in the rays of sunset. And then Jean suddenly realized that she had lost her time. Suddenly, she turned sharply towards the door. Gaye politely said goodbye to the Count, and he in turn said, A servant will be waiting for you in the lobby. He will hold you. Then his insightful look stopped on the girl. With a light smile, he said, Before the short meeting, the host. Clear autumn twilight went slowly to Lindurk Castle, and fluffy white clouds gathered over the distant mountains. Leaving the cabinet of the lord of the castle Lindurk, Jian met the representative of the staff. Wrapped in her beige cloak, the host quickly moved after the servant of a narrow corridor of the castle, but suddenly the girl stopped, feeling unpleasant as if something important was forgotten below. Memories of that meeting were again flashed in her head. Jean realized that she had no underwear. The poor immediately blushed and hurried to catch up with a maid who almost disappeared around the corner. It seems that what happened to her is the most horrifying of everything that could happen. The night slowly conquered its rights, and the illuminated windows of the castle partially drove the onset of darkness. The classmates were amazed when in one of the rooms of the Linderk castle came across a girl with an unusual appearance. The nervous Kwan Usok suddenly returned to the Jinn, turning to her by name. Attention did not add mood to the girl on all sides, and she shuttered her eyes. Immediately on the masters with the rain of angry reproaches, her fiancé struck. "Hajen, did you come here to rest?" His anger grew every second. "Who allowed you to forget about work and travel? Where does the soul want?" Yukon intervened immediately. At first, it was necessary to ask what happened. Everyone around the girl's fate was also excited, but the USOP was not calm. "When I went looking for you, I was informed that you were in conversation with the Count." And then the girl realized that she would have to clarify the situation in front of everyone, and should be done as careful as possible. And the Jinn began her story. She accidentally got into the forbidden zone, and the graph obviously confused her with someone else. However, the host did not dare to complete the sentence. "And then he beat me." The attendees were surprised that forced the girl to cover their ears. So unexpected was heard. She quickly added, "In any case, he promised to compensate for money, but I still intend to think about it." Here, a silent professor intervened in the conversation. "And compensation must be a mandatory monetary?" The head of the scientific group watched the embarrassed girl with a direct smile in her eyes. Then the older man continued quietly, "Ask him for permission to enter the forbidden zone." The girl's eyes expanded with surprise. She could not understand, just heard. After all, the ability to see the hidden corners of the Ainburns castle is invaluable. Their research will certainly surprise the world of art. The professor continued, enthusiastically adding, "Our postgraduate study will be the first to reveal the secrets of Linderk Castle." The question came, "Jian, do you understand what it means?" The girl was still surprised to look at him. Realizing that the hose failed to completely persuade, the professor continued, "This is your opportunity to correct all the mistakes, Jian. German Chancellor made a lot of efforts to open the castle for at least a few months." The girl tried to deny, but suddenly she felt among strangers again, as if her on all sides were suppressing invisible pressure. Everyone kept breathing, waiting for the affirmative answer from Jian, but she suddenly felt a terrible void in her heart. There are times when you involuntarily seek someone's intervention, although you realize it is useless. When they were left alone, the Yukon could not stand. "Do you really think that this is done for the common good? Not for the benefit of the dissertation of Kwan Usok?" The dissatisfaction of the masters of the host has increased. How could the professor say that? It is obvious that it cannot be. Jean tried to reassure her. "Everything will be good." Who knows? Maybe everything will work out and then everyone wins. But here she thought, what will the professor do if she fails to get the entrance permit? Now Yukyeon began to worry about her girlfriend. The room reigned in the room. Hajin decided to dispel the pressing silence first. "Just a trifle. Can I go first?" The Yukon quickly intervened. "But you didn't even have lunch?" "Allow. I'll buy something delicious for you." After the girl ordered a hamburger, the Yukon apologized for her previously left in that situation. Although the master assured that it was a trifle, anxiety prevailed in the soul. The girl realized that it was the professor who helped her get to Germany, and to refuse it could not be possible. Exhausted, she fell to the floor near the front door of her home, thinking thoughtfully. Time passed, and Jean could not gather with his strength to climb on her feet, not to mention to dress. With every second, it was covered by an increasing cold, which was unbearable for the hose. She was almost ready to fall asleep near the threshold, and suddenly the unexpected sound made her shudder. It was a call on her phone. Someone showed inaccuracy and decided to bother the poor in the middle of the night. Hahan's consciousness wandered in space, transferring her thoughts far from this day. Once quite tiny, she walked next to her mother because of a huge museum, when suddenly her look was fascinated by one of the paintings. The girl, with a sincere baby smile, addressed her mother. Mom, look! She is so incredible." It was undoubtedly one of the warmest and most pleasant memories in Hajin's life. After that, my mother said, "If you become a curator, you will be able to organize such exhibitions yourself." She added with a smile, "You will also be able to buy masterpieces of art yourself. Isn't it great?" Then in the heart of the little Hajina, the dream. To become a curator and invite her mom to her own exhibition. Jian will always wear her mother's smile in her heart. She glowed brighter than the sun's rays, giving the world her shine. However, not always the girl's life was so bright and wonderful. It also had dark pages. The constant quarrels of parents, whether because of betrayal or for some other reasons, deprived the child of rest. It was unbearable. Listening to the cries of mom and dad behind the wall, sitting with their legs pressed and fearing every rustle. At this moment, her mother did not look happy. She could not hold back tears of insult while quarreling with her husband. Their family life with every quarrel became increasingly tense, and the poor girl grew in hate and insult. Although Jean's parents divorced because of her father's betrayal, she still remained true to her beliefs. Even when circumstances were forced to leave her mother because of financial difficulties, she did not break. Even after she left the house, and even returning to the warm embrace that they took it so, happy moments of distant childhood appeared before the eyes of Hajen, preventing her from forgetting them. Hay still lived a tiny hope that everything would happen well, and she will be able to reunite again with a happy and complete family. But one day, when she returned home, she saw her breathless body. It turned out that she had hemorrhage into the brain, but there was still hope for salvation. Jean remembers how she sat in the hospital hallway, focused on seconds to the arrival of doctors. After all, now her mother plunged into a deep coma, and most likely she will never come to her senses again. What to do her now? Where to go? It is difficult for a girl to imagine her life without that person. At that time, Gian's father dreamed of stable work, and it was then that Kwan Usak became interested in this vacancy. And it was then that her father began to use her daughter without shame. He actually rented Gianna to impress the CEO of Kwona, his father, Kwan Usak. As a result, the girl gained everything she needed: money for her mother's treatment and her own education. Lifting the phone from an unfamiliar number, the girl was the first to talk to the interlocutor. Saying greeted. The conversation lasted. "Call your fiancé up. Soon meeting with the director of Kwan, so be careful." The girl quietly replied, "I'll take care of it, but please don't forget to pay for my mother's accounts." The conversation ended, but your girl's thoughts have returned to his mother again and become a curator. It is for this reason that her request to Count Einbron should be successful, because she will make every effort. The next day, the Jin was in the cabinet of the castle owner, feeling great excitement for some reason. She sits here for an hour, and Mr. Einborn has not yet appeared. How can you not be nervous here? She only had time to imagine that this delay was too long even for the Graf, as he immediately appeared before her. Jian instantly climbed out of the chair, smiled radiantly, and sincerely said, "I understand that you are very busy, so thank you for the given time." The side of the chair on which the girl was sitting, Edric, throwing a negligent look, replied, "Without problems." He took a place opposite and continued, "I heard you would like to discuss compensation." Jean confidently stated, "I apologize, but instead of financial rewards, I would like something else." Although her voice was determined, in fact, her hands trembled, and her gaze wandered around the room. Having collected all her courage, she still said, "Could you let me see the closed parts of the castle?" Edric asked the girl, "So you insist that I show you a forbidden area?" On this, the master only nodded. The hand of the host of the castle, dressed in a black glove, carefully reached for the cuff of his elegant black suit. It seemed that silence stretched eternity until the Count decided to break it. "This is an extremely unceremonious request," he said. Then Count Einborn opened a box with cigars and got one, looking closely at his guest. But suddenly his blue eyes focused on the girl, and Edric asked without unnecessary ceremonies, "Are you smoking?" This question was very embarrassed by Jin. She looked at Mr. Einborn and shook her head quietly, refusing. Suddenly, the girl realized that a master's degree is an indispensable step in the great world of art. She must convince him of that. Then the master hesitantly said, "But I really interesting to know more about the cigars." Then Hajin carefully asked, "Teach me." And at this moment, the Count's lips blossomed into a mysterious smile. A man lazily lifted a cigar to a tiny guillotine and slowly remarked, "I seem to be bad for you." The host could not sit still watching the owner of the castle. Suddenly, his cigars fell on her shoulder. After completing the case, he gently stretched with one hand to her chin, holding in the other cigar with elegance. Before the lesson, a man with a treacherous smile asked his student, "Still have you want to try?" The girl looked silently in the eye of Einborn, thinking how she should answer. Finally, Jean sighed and agreed. She opened her mouth a little, getting ready for possible unpleasant sensations. Suddenly, she felt the tip of the cut cigar on her lips, unconsciously lifting her hand to the face. A satisfied smile adorned Edric's face. He watched with a clear pleasure. At first glance, everything seemed quite ambiguous, but fortunately, there were no witnesses of what happened. Squeezing a cigar in one hand, the man slowly brought the other hand to the girl's neck. His sophisticated but powerful fingers gently plunged into the density of her hair, slightly lifting the girl. The cheeks of the Hazes were even more, and she raised her extremely back-downed eyes to Count Einburn. A man with a barely noticeable smile watched the changes on the girl's face and quietly, almost intimately whispered, "The host? Plunge into your feelings." Jean, squeezing his cams, tightly pressed them to the closed knees, trying to remain stationary. The man continued to gently iron Hane's hair, and she tried to act according to his instructions. Suddenly, her brown eyes opened even wider, but this time not from embarrassment, but from a lack of air. Jean suddenly pulled a cigar out of her mouth, leaned forward, and choked in convulsions of convulsive cough. The graph, gently supporting the girl's head, wedged, "Do not swallow smoke. Just keep it in your mouth and then slowly release." The man's hand in a black glove slid gently on the girl's head, slowly plunging into her hair. The fingers of the graph, like a gentle wind, slightly slid on the sensitive fossa between the neck and shoulder Hajin, causing awe to touch. The man, shrewdly focusing on the girl, whispered magically, "You are able to do it." Jian's thoughts mixed in chaos. She could not look away from her husband, fascinated by his presence. Meanwhile, he continued to speak a quiet, almost silent whisper. "Kazis." Finally, the girl dared to continue what she started and again took a cigar to her mouth, but tears shouted in her eyes. Jean exhaled smoke, and then Edric reached for her cigar to praise her student. He gently took her for his chin and, smiling, said, "Not bad, host. You have a talent." Then Count Einburn gently asked his student, "Well, how are your impressions? Do you want to try again?" His insightful blue eyes were constantly watching the expression of the girl's face, noticeably embarrassing her with her vigilant attention. Brightly blushing from embarrassment, the host hurried to answer the graph. "Next time, if fate gives a chance." Finally, Mr. Einburn decided that the lesson was learned and went to the side to take the chair opposite. Jean was worried that her effort could not be enough to satisfy the graph. Therefore, sighing with relief, she added, "It was not bad." Edric did not respond, only quietly smoked the same cigar on which the hose was just practicing. And here, Count Einburn broke the silence that prevailed. "I could not think that you would ask for this as a compensation," he said with surprise. Feeling the reproaches of conscience, the girl blushed with all her face, and Jenny rushed to apologize. In the beginning, the man did not respond to her apology while remaining silent. He still smoked his cigar, looking carefully at Jean. However, he immediately stirred, looking directly in the eye, which caused her even more embarrassment. "I'm something interesting." Through the panoramic window, the soft rays of the sun penetrated into the room, scattering through the autumn leaves. Count Einburn did not finish his question, leaving the room in an even deepest silence. Suddenly, Edric suddenly asked, "Did you see that?" It became clear that the girl knew what was talking about. Her eyes suddenly opened widely, giving out the internal excitement of the hose, which with each moment only increased. Of course, he spoke of the illusion. The corridor that was completely destroyed, although it seemed intact. The graph did not speak straight, but his hint was easy to understand. He was undoubtedly interested in these ruins. What to reply, Jan? Perhaps it is better to remain silent about what you saw, but still pause betrays it completely. Without waiting for the answer, Edric decided to speak the first. "Did you see it, right?" "Just incredible." It looked as if Count Einburn was not at all angry, but on the contrary was clearly interested in this matter. Then Jean was careful. "Does this mean that I have caused you any trouble?" The man put a cigar slowly, saying, "It is unlikely to be considered a loss." After a while, he added, "It's rather sorry." This answer was very surprised by the girl, seemed extremely unusual, and for some reason it seemed to her that this development would be more annoying for her than for the castle owner. After a short pause, Edric suddenly stated, "I will allow entry to the Forbidden Zone." Jean did not immediately realize what was happening because it was a complete surprise for her. Then the man added, "But only for you. And since it's my personal territory, I will be your accompanying." Not noticing any reaction from the girl, Edric, without shy, asked, "Something bothers you?" Jean jumped out of place, exclaiming with joy, "I agree." "Great, thank you." Her gratitude was really boundless. The host could not believe in her good moment when the Count suddenly pointed to the package in her hands and asked, "What is it?" The girl hastened to explain to Edrika the situation with the package. "It's the clothes I took from you for a while. Thank you for that." However, the man unexpectedly, with a completely calm voice, said, "It's a gift, so there is no need to thank me." He sounded convincing, but Jean was convinced that it was no doubt very expensive clothes. In the end, deciding not to argue, she lifted her head and sincerely said, "I will wear it with pleasure." But suddenly Edric came closer, pointed his finger on the package itself, and asked, "What does it mean?" The host did not expect such a question and got a little discord, but then explained, "It is a package with a donut store." Their conversation came out quite unusual, but finally the djinn was a little embarrassed. "And I still adore hamburgers." Edric smiled. Now he seemed like a real good, if it were not for yesterday's incident. Going closer, he suddenly suggested, "Maybe we will lunch tomorrow together?" In fact, the master was even advice because it removes the burden of eternal expectation for the next meeting with him. The girl was completely nervous that Mr. Einburn was standing so close, just as invisible. Hajin quickly expressed her opinion about tomorrow, remembering that she was free at this time. Edric approached Jean even closer, making it a crushed. "Then please contact me tomorrow," he said. Suddenly, Count Einburn suddenly grabbed the host by the hand, and she shouted from such sudden behavior. The man was stepping forward, leaning threateningly over the girl and sweeping her with his grandeur. He came closer, and Jean frozen as if under the magic. Their lips almost touched each other. Suddenly, the man stopped as if he were a strange feeling for a moment. But in the same second, he found the strength to overcome him. And here, Edric carefully began to roll his cardigan's sleeve, exposing the girl's fragile hand. The djinn was barely on his feet after the owner of the castle took her hand. She was stunned and shocked by his act. However, the host could not understand his emotions. Is it really surprise, or is there something more? Their lips almost met when the earl suddenly smiled mysteriously. Then he carefully separated their hands and calmly said, "Tomorrow I will send someone to you." And he added with the same calm tone, causing a surprise to Jian. "I look forward to our meeting, the owner." Her cheeks were burning as brightly red that it was simply unrealistic as all her thoughts. Going to the exit from the castle, the host went into thought. Why does he call me so? It's somehow confused. Hahan's rumors came to the ruins, where, according to stories, a secret is hidden. Something like a supernatural phenomenon. Suddenly, he rang the phone. Again, someone decided to worry the girl at a very inappropriate moment. Looking at the screen of the phone, she expanded her eyes and the jaw slightly sagging from the surprise. It was Kwan Usak. Of course, he began the conversation first. "How did you talk with Mr. Einburn?" The master answered his question in the question, so Kwan Usak immediately went to the next. "Damages, you have fun?" After a short pause in a conversation, Hajin finally gathered with thoughts to answer, "I got permission." However, the most difficult was to complete the phrase. Moreover, provided that only I have the right to go there. The reaction was instant. "How is it? You had to ask for permission for all of us." Even through the phone, the girl felt how angry her fiancé. He seemed to be eager to destroy it. Following the angered Kwon Usak added, "Are you not going for anything? Where are you now? We need to talk." Jean tried to keep calm when she said, "I put a tube." But she did not have time to finish the phrase. She no longer heard the voice from the phone because all the attention of the master was captured by one of the paintings. This picture was called Extermination of Babies, and Jian, as if under spells, could not look away from her. King Herod intended to destroy Jesus, so he ordered the Luke to interrupt the lives of all babies who were not 2 years old. This picture shows the ruthless massacre of powerful warriors over defenseless children. The picture attracted attention when it was carefully examined at the insistence of Einburns and confirmed that it was the original. After that, this work of art was carefully hidden in the ancient walls of the Lindert Castle. Hajin was stunned, noticing this work here, and felt that the picture would come to life. Her view studied every millimeter of a picture that told the whole story, carefully analyzing each of its details. The picture of the woman is depicted in the heroic struggle. Desperately, with the help of bare hands, they resist the soldiers, protecting their children even at the cost of their own lives. The frantic maternal love of these women went beyond the canvas. The picture reflected their desperate desire to protect their children. It is said that shortly before the closure will allow you to shoot in the castle, so Jean must take a picture of this picture. Suddenly, someone called a girl named. She turned and noticed an elegantly dressed elderly man. The summer gentleman called Joseph von Rugen and suggested discussing face to face. The host was surprised by such an unexpected offer. She asked, "Right now?" The man with a radiant smile replied, "Yes, it would not take much time." Then he added, "The conversation will go about the graph." These words forced the djinn to solidify in place, as if they were stuck. They found themselves in a part of the castle unfamiliar, and the djinn was surprised that there were absolutely no exhibits here. And suddenly he reached out to her a business card with the words, "Let me introduce again, Joseph von Rugen." Jean looked at Joseph's business card and realized that he was managing a well-known pharmaceutical company. When the cause tried to find out about the topic of their conversation, the man did not let her finish the phrase. "You were in the forbidden area, isn't you?" he asked, interrupting her. The girl frozen in silence for a moment, trying hard to find the right words to explain that incident. Hajina began her explanation with some insecurity. "I have already asked for this incident." But Mr. Joseph von Rugen interrupted her. "Miss Hajin, let me go immediately to the essence of the case." The girl frozen in anticipation until the elderly man continued to speak. "We need information about Einbrun's count." The host was stunned by the unexpected development of events and carefully clarified him. The man calmly added that even the smallest part of it will be enough. "Just bring it to us." Noticing the girl's confusion, Mr. Joseph said, "We are ready to offer you 1 million euros for it." Joseph voiced the sum of the poor girl even more stunned. Her eyes were widely revealed with surprise, and a drop of sweat was slowly draining on her cheek. Gathering thought, the host carefully said, "We have no relationship, so I will be in vain in this matter." Then she hurriedly added, "He confused me with someone else, which is why the Earl then touched me." However, the man interrupted her again. "Is the graph really touched you?" The girl answered it indignantly. "Why do I invent such?" The man, realizing his mistake, quickly apologized to her. The man explained to the girl, "It is hard to believe that the graph actually had someone with someone. You really are special." With bitterness in his voice, the man confessed, "Honestly, we are in a very difficult position." He continued his speech. "You are our last hope. You visited the forbidden area and came out alive." Then Mr. Joseph stretched out another business card, adding, "You can always contact me at this number." Happy Hay noticed that this business card did not look like the one he gave her at first. This business card was completely black, but in the center the name made in gold letters, Faust. After that, the host decided to wrap the received business card to get acquainted with no less intriguing back. The girl was indifferent to herself. A business card promised her a whole €1 million. After looking at the business card, she said calmly, "I apologize, but it will probably be better if I return it to you." The man suddenly lifted his hat, looking into the eyes of Jean. "Please leave it," he said. He did not take the test look at which the unconcealed interest was manifested from the girl opposite. The master did not leave one question. Where did this man come from so much confidence in himself and his words? The huge building with high windows has already plunged into night darkness, and in the sky shone for a month. The girl turned her gaze to the window from which a bright ray of light made it. Heavy blue curtains hung in the room. Lying on the bed, the girl wondered, "How tired I am. Will the Kwan Usak get angry if I just put a tube?" She looked at the screen of the phone where the report of 2 missing calls from the Kwona. Blue-eyed girl with dark hair rapidly opened her eyes with surprise, looking at the phone screen. Then she turned sharply to the edge of the bed. She thought, "Background der Einburn." The girl looked at his photos on which he communicated with important people. Most often it seemed cold and removed. His blue eyes emitted cold, and there was always a guard around. The brunette thought, all his photos come from official events. Even the paparazzi seems to be warned. She thought, his parents left this world too early, which is why he was still inherited by a family estate. She thought, is he so vulnerable and react sharply? Has a bad reputation because of its character? No, these words are definitely unfair to him. He agreed to fulfill such a brazen request, the girl remembered. Then Edric looked especially. However, then the girl remembered how he lit a cigarette and thought. Despite his vulnerability, Edric shared his smoke with her. The girl started searches on one of the sites using his name and last name. However, she came across many horrific stories and shared it. Sonhun recreated one of the heard stories from the internet. Suddenly, the brunette appeared in the eyes of a barely noticeable dimness, and then she squeezed, looking carefully at the screen. There were several requests in front of her. One argued that Edric was a sorcerer, and the other described it as a devil. The agreement concluded between Faust and the devil is still relevant to this day due to blood connection with Einburn. But then the girl only turned the pages of history with a bored look and said, Lord, what is nonsense? Is Rugen, I met yesterday, also believes in these occult fables? The girl thought, and here the girl lowered her head and her gaze became blurred. She thought, but if it is true, what price did they have to pay? She covered her eyes, but thoughts remained focused on a mysterious man. Grafs that inherited the castle. None of them lived to 35 years old, and everyone was pursuing fatal death. She was mentioned again, but only a few moments the girl put on the phone sideways, freeing from unnecessary thoughts. The girl tried to fall asleep, closing her eyes and comfortably resting on the pillow. In these recent thoughts, she could not but note his mystery, and then the girl plunged into a deep dream that seemed inviolable. But the moonlight shone infinitely brighter than a nearby lamp. This attracted the brunette's attention, making you think. After a few moments, the girl already settled on a cozy sofa near the window. But suddenly, the brunette noticed the Count. He stood by the window and, smiling, towed it to himself. The girl was stunned by such a surprise. Her eyes opened widely with surprise, and the cheeks immediately blushed. But suddenly, the blonde came closer, carefully lifted her chin. His smile did not go out of his face. Then the girl immediately understood, watching his movements. The indefinite feelings were pressed on me as if they were driven into a corner. However, the young man gently touched her lower lip, whispering his name again. The host. His hands were decorated with black gloves. His mouth whispered again and again by the name of the girl until the hands were invisible around the neck of the hose, which looked surprised. The girl frozen in place, staring at Blondin. Is this heart so madly pounding with fear? Or maybe for some other reason. The Graf continued to shine with a bright smile, and his blue eyes radiated pleasure and joy. Then the man ran again on the lower lip of the girl, gently lifting her chin up. However, a moment later, the guy removed from the girl, putting the other hand on his belt. And then Blondin gently inserted her finger into her mouth. Her cheeks were even more red, and her eyes seemed to be wider than surprise. But suddenly, in a moment, the girl stopped resisting. Moreover, she seemed to have no desire to do it. Blondin commanded her, combining it with a wicked smile, watching her diligent face. Sausage. The girl diligently obeyed his order, and her cheeks were even more blushed. She covered her eyes. Only in a moment did she already open her eyes, whimpering a little. Her bangs easily fell on her face. The look of a girl with brown eyes was clouded, which was visible even through the thick eyelashes of the host. And then the girl clenched his knees even more tightly, blushing with the bones on her arms. The host was thinking about these strange sensations. The man watched her closely at her, giving her his view incredibly light blue eyes. His hair fell on his face strands. In his missing, as if glass, his eyes now reflected the image of a girl, obedient and shy, sitting in front of him. The girl felt the saliva had already started to drain on her hand, but the guy did not stop. She tried to say something. Then the Earl leaned closer to the girl and finally said, "Not bad." The brunette was surprised by such an unexpected compliment. The finger penetrated so deeply that he touched the Palatine tongue. But in effort, I kept myself in order not to spit out. She thought, but at the same time, I had no desire to do it. Thinking the brunette, looking at the young man in front of me. Suddenly, tears rolled out of her eyes. His warm smile seemed full of understanding. The brunette mentioned the face of that blonde young man. It seemed as if he praised her, the girl thought. But the next moment, the Count inserted 2 fingers into her. However, he immediately pulled them out of her mouth. It looked rather strange and reflected from the outside. Then the man gently wiped her saliva from his lips. The girl's eyes were wet with tears, but she did not look away from the Count. And so, it was barely a moment as Blondin approached the girl as if he decided to tell her something. And finally, Blondin turned to the brunette. "You have the potential, the host," he said in a confident, low voice. The girl opened her eyes in the morning lying on the bed. It was a sophisticated pink robe. The host felt astonishment and confusion. Waking up, the girl made a loud cry that the moon was reflected from the walls. Her ringing voice flew around the room, awakening the house from silence. The girl walked from the corner to the corner, repeating, "Did you go crazy, crazy?" Why could I dream? But at a moment when the girl intended to cover her eyes, something unexpectedly surprised her. The host was frozen as if dug. Tomorrow I will send someone for you, the blonde said that day. The girl shouted loudly, Meeting. Autumn was already prevailing on the streets. The trees glowed with wealth of bright colors, and the air became much colder. On the streets, a crowd of people raged, but they were all focused in one place, as if something was much surprised. Meanwhile, Blondin stared at the host, who looked in heaven in his eyes. He said, You came. The girl was dressed in a sweater and a light jacket that emphasized her charm. She looked stunning in this outfit. The man was dressed quite easily, and a calm smile decorated his face when he looked at the girl with brown eyes in front of him. The Earl addressed the girl. Sit down, then. Other passers-by turned after them, throwing their eyes on the host. The girl thoughtfully wondered, Doesn't it seem to you that a little too early for lunch? Her voice began to get a little bit of. The man took his blue eyes away and said, I was not going to come here so early. However, suddenly the man barely rolled, scratching his cheek, and began to think about a new excuse. Finally, the man said, The thing is that last night I dreamed of a dream. The girl stopped in response. The girl inadvertently remembered her dream where the man, charmfully smiling, slipped her fingers in her mouth. Remembering this, the girl blushed even more, widely opened her brown eyes. Then the brunette said, I also saw a dream. Blondin, smiling with warmth, looked happy with the masses. And what did you see in your dream? Asked the Graf, putting the girl in some difficult situation. She stopped for a moment and then responded, Nothing special, only a regular conversation. The man began to scratch the temple, thoughtfully repeating the words of his companion who sat opposite. His reflections were immediately interrupted by a girl who shouted, What about you, Edric? The girl suddenly understood her mistake. She was so excited that she turned to him by his name. I wanted to say, sir, she corrected, blushing. But suddenly the man came closer, as if he intended to kiss, and confessed, I liked it when they turned by name. I also dreamed of conversation. From the host. Alone. The man said, at the same time covering her palm. The girl was amazed. It's just a joke, right? Said the brunette, studying the expression of his face carefully. He remained absolutely calm and showed no signs of embarrassment. The girl blushed even harder, and her pupils expanded to the record. The thought flashed in her head. What if not? The girl insisted. Please stop looking at me. In response, the Graf only stretched the smile even wider, and then Blondin finally asked, Why? The embarrassed girl, stamped, replied, Just stop. Suddenly, in order to avoid the development of the topic, the girl exclaimed, Let's take the hamburgers. I treat. In front of the girl on the plate were a hamburger, fries, and nuggets. All seemed extremely appetizing. The girl opened her eyes wide and then looked thoughtfully at the hamburger. How big he is. Looking at the people who followed Edric, she thought. Interestingly, this area is named after Einburn. He eats and does not even use cutlery. It seems so wrong, the girl thought, watching Blondin. Are hamburgers so delicious? Asked the man, watching a brunette, in which the face was covered with crumbs. The girl smiled in response. Yes, delicious. They combine bread, meat, and vegetables are a real source of protein and fiber. But suddenly the girl fell silent. Her cheeks were blossomed with a bright blush, and her eyes were widely revealed. The man smiled and said, For the first time I see you so talkative. And the hamburger bought me for the first time. The girl did not say a word in response, only nervously moved her fingers on her pale hands. However, Blondin suddenly suggested with a smile, Don't we should move this conversation to the castle? He reached out. People turned and watched them. The girl noted it and said, I would prefer to continue in the castle, she thought, looking at the white car near Edric. Isn't it dangerous to ride on such an expensive car? In the end, the girl decided to sit in the car chair. Fasted, she looked carefully at the salon around her. Then the man adjusted the mirror. His gaze became harsh and icy, reminiscent of cold steel. We go to the castle right away, Blondin said, launching the engine. The car was confidently racing the streets of the autumn city. The girl opened her eyes wide. Her cheeks had a joy. What a nice breeze, she thought. I heard that you met with Rugen yesterday. Edric suddenly spoke, turning to the brunette nearby. Blondin squeezed his eyes and said the indifferent tone, "You were probably asked to get my semen." The host took Brown's eyes from Blondin, looking at him, and uncertainly asked, "How did you find out about it?" "I know about everything that is happening in my castle," said the man with blue eyes quietly. The girl carefully examined his eyes. In her memory, the evening came when a strange elderly man approached her with an unusual request. Then the master began to squeeze the straps in her hands, as if trying to calm down and drive away uninvited memories. The master said, "They promise €1,000,000. Blondin asked, "And when are you going to fulfill the terms of the contract?" The girl opened her brown eyes wide, surprised to watch the blonde in front of her. She said, "I refused." Edric asked, "Because of inappropriate reward? Or maybe because the bridegroom did not give a wedding ring?" After that, the master denied, "No, it is not at all. The refusal of a strange request is quite logical and substantiated." The man rapped his lips with his finger and, slightly bored, said, "It looks like you have no intention of starting a love intrigue with me." Then the man suddenly grabbed the belt in the car and asked with uncertainty, "Why not?" Then the girl lowered a slightly vague look of brown eyes and her cheeks were blushing. She tried to say something. Finally, the master spoke. "It seems that you have been going through this more than once," she said, looking at the window. Edric replied, "To some extent. Even intelligence agencies attracted spies for intimate tasks." The blue-eyed man looked at the girl nearby and said, "But by this point, I never touched anyone." The brunette was so surprised that she turned her gaze to the landscape outside the window, avoiding looking at Edric. She noticed in the rearview mirror a black car, which for a long time traveled on a deserted road. However, suddenly the number of cars began to increase. They clearly raced at them at a frantic speed. The girl whispered to a blonde who was alert and squeezed jaws, "Black cars follow us." And then the man unexpectedly asked a question that knocked everyone out of balance. "The owner, and do you like to ride on American slides?" The girl finally replied, "Not very much." But the man seemed to be indifferent. He just pressed the gas. After that, Blondin, even more frozen, said, "I will just manage the car a little uncertain." That man made every effort so that black cars could not catch up. The girl screamed in fear, clinging to the seat. What is happening here at all? She firmly clung to the seatbelt, but the pursuers were steadily approaching. No speed of Edric's car would allow them to escape. And so, the white car was attached to the chain, not giving them a chance to escape far. And suddenly, the white car began to slow down sharply. It seemed like the wheels got into a dense, impermeable fog. Behind the hook, the thought of a girl with brown eyes flashed when she realized all the hopelessness of her position. And then shots were fired. One of the pursuers moved out of the car window and started shooting Edric. On the back glass of the car, Enneburn began to see characteristic traces of precise and ruthless shots. The girl began to tremble, barely holding back tears with fear. She covered her ears in an attempt to suppress the sounds of shots. The man threw his indifferent look at the girl and said, "Glass is a bulletproof, so it will stand." "Close your eyes for a moment, the owner," said the man with a cool tone, squeezing the steering wheel even stronger. The black car suddenly tried to cut Edric. The car struck on his side, but Einburn was confidently held without losing control. Unexpectedly, one of the pursuers who previously opened the fire changed the facial expression. He was surprised and fear. Two mutilated machines suddenly appeared behind them. The windows were broken completely and the hoods were covered with bloody traces. The girl stretched her eyes with surprise, instantly looking at Edric as if asking, "Is everything already over?" Her eyes were even more surprised when she noticed what she did not expect. Her hair was scattered. Right in front of her eyes, a huge black tool is spread, the muzzle of which was brightly shone in the rays of the sun. One of the pursuers caught up with them and directed their weapons directly to Blondin. The girl realized, after that, not survive. It seemed as if the man was absolutely indifferent. He just smiled and said one word, "A Pantherfaust." The man stretched a white hand towards the enemy's car, as if he wanted to show that the fear was not peculiar to him. The man did not stop smiling and said, "He has not seen for a long time." After that, red rays stretched out of his palm. The eyes of the man were immediately lit, and there was no hint of heavenly blue. A large puddle of blood suddenly appeared next to the white car, which began to spread on all sides. All Edric's enemies lost their heads instantly. The agreement that Faust has concluded with the devil still has power. The girl looked at the breathless body without deciding to say a word. However, if everything happened in this way, what was the price they were forced to pay? The Grafs who inherited the Lindert castle have never lived to 35 years and all died in mysterious circumstances. Edric von der Einbronn has been mentioned for 32 years, the girl remembered. But her consciousness began to blur. Why did I mention this right now? She thought when the voice was heard unexpectedly. Please open, I'm cold. The girl cried on her knees, hoping that she would finally hear. Open the door and let her back home. The girl could not take her eyes off her white hand, plunging into the study of the living room of this house. Then the host again clapped his fist. Please, it's very cold here. A glared breath betrayed her request, and she almost trembled with her whole body. The girl still sat on the threshold of the house, carefully examining every detail around. Bitter tears suddenly rolled out of the brown eyes. She looked and whispered again. Please, I don't want it. Suddenly, she felt a soft touch of someone else's hand on her cheek, as if someone urged her to look up. He clarified. The girl gently leaned against his hands and replied, I don't want to freeze. Her eyes dropped down and tears flowed from them. The girl grabbed her husband's outstretched hand, wiping her tears. She begged again, Please do not cast out me. And then the man traveled to her, smiling lightly, as if not paying attention to the condition of the host. Edric gently kissed a brunette, who immediately reciprocated. Her cheeks flashed with a blush, and she slowly relaxed in his arms. His tongue immediately went deep. The brunette was scattered, but answered with the same admiration. Then the man gently grabbed the long curls of her hair, and the girl leaned against him even closer. Edric gently spent her ear and cheek. The landlord immediately closed her eyes, plunging into the ocean of new sensations. But suddenly the man removed from the brunette, leaving her in confusion. She tried to understand what happened, watching him closely. In fact, the girl was lying in bed, on which the blue sheets were spread out, and whispered quietly, Still, please still. But suddenly a stranger approached her, gently holding his finger on her lips, saying, What a small mouth. So insatiable. What do I do, the host? Asked the man, realizing that the answer did not wait for her. He touched her lips again. She sought to fill her body with warmth to never freeze. With this thought, the girl kissed Edric. However, waking up, she was lonely. The girl wondered, It was my harshest dream. All that remains in it is just contemplate the light that pours from the window. Usually, after awakening, I remain nervous for a long time. But today, everything was different. She watched her hands, which slightly slid on the fabric. The girl got out of bed, holding onto her head that hurt. It had a pink dress. Is it a matter of unrealized desires? Why does Edric appear in my dreams? The girl thought. Finally, the girl opened her eyes, taking care of the place where she woke up this time. She was in a luxurious bedroom where marble walls and high ceilings captured her attention. The eyes attracted blue tulips and other interior details. The host realized that she was in Lindert Castle, and these places reminded her of shooting and harassment. And now the girl extended her eyes from surprise when a voice came to her from nowhere. Have you woke up? On a small sofa, a blonde sat in front of her. In his smile, a barely noticeable mobile expression was guessed, and his arms were slightly crossed on his chest. He smiled again, turning to the girl. Rubashka was unbuttoned. The host was very surprised by his unexpected appearance. The man left the girl, covering his blue eyes, and shook his head slightly. Edric sat next to her on the bed, and the masses asked, Are you okay? What happened then? What do you remember the last? The blonde asked, looking carefully at the girl. She thought for a moment and replied, I remember how they aimed at the weapon. Edric twisted his lips in a smile and said, It is impossible to shoot these weapons harmlessly. They really intended to kill me. And why is there no scratch on you? The girl asked, watching the graph from his back. Blondin, puzzled at the brunette, asked, What are you talking about, the host? After all, the grenade launcher exploded right before the shot. The girl was surprised for a moment, opening her eyes wide. She was even afraid of fearing memories. However, the brunette suddenly reminded Edric. They took their heads to their neck. The guy was scattered. Suddenly, he came closer to her and touched his forehead lightly, saying, It seemed to you. The host was astonished in surprise. The man smiled and said, Fortunately, you have no temperature. And the host just thought, hallucinations are the only logical explanation for all this. Then Edric carefully ran his hand on the girl's cheek, saying, "Please forgive me for being dangerous." Then Blondin began to gently touch the girl's lips, saying, "However, I'm afraid I have to report a little less comforting." He asked, "Why don't you stay in Linder? You will be able to explore the forbidden parts of the castle." The girl thought about his words, taking a look from her husband and focusing on the bright light that was pouring out of the window. The girl looked away and stopped from Blondin, asking, "Why did you suddenly suggest it?" He insisted, "I manage a weapon production company, and my enemies have an eye on you because you are in the forbidden area." The girl held her dress firmly, asking Edric restlessly, sitting opposite, "How about other guests? And everything is a little different with you, isn't it?" asked the man, looking intently into the confusion of the girl. The young woman thoughtfully mentioned how they first met at the restaurant, who was in the eyes of everyone, which was not related to his partners or enemies, but kept attention to herself with charming ease. This could be seen as a special connection. The girl thought about it and put her hands on her chest, realizing the whole situation. Edric said, "I think it would be advisable if you were left in the castle for a certain time, of course, before your return to Korea." The host still felt excitement and confusion. She tried to deny, but she was aware of the futility of these efforts. Edric interrupted her, intensely asking, "Will you be able to cope with these people on your own?" The master replied, "No, I would be grateful for the help." And in thought she added, "I will not be able to resist armed people on my own." Finally, Blondin said, "Wise solution." He stretched her cup of tea, which the girl gratefully accepted. But immediately the girl plunged into the maelstrom of anxious thoughts, thinking, how to present it to all hours. Suddenly, the man made an offer. "How about milk, host?" To which the girl immediately replied, "I will not give up." He threw an indifferent, cold look with his blue eyes and asked, "How much?" But in a moment he smiled mockingly, deciding to act in his own way. He reached for her cup with tea, but in fact, his hand dropped closer to the girl's dress. He said, "You will like it if it will be more." For some reason, the girl blushed sharply, hugging a cup of tea. Her hands were barely noticeable to tremble. The girl exclaimed, "Yes, yes, even more." The man clenched the fragile jug with milk. "Still, please," the girl begged persistently, focusing on Blondin's face and climbing a little. The man has added milk, and the host plunged into reflections. "This is because he talks so frankly. I dream of such bizarre dreams." The girl again discontinued and raised her brown eyes to Blondin, slightly clapping them. The girl wondered, will she often see Blonde in such an outfit if she stays in the castle? The girl began to look at his figure and thought, the undressing for him was strange and unusual for him. And here the master began to look frankly at him, not paying attention to his chats. Her gaze stopped on his clavicle, but suddenly he stood up, looked carefully at her pink cheeks and said, "Apparently you often freeze." Putting tea on the table, the girl replied, "Compared to others, I always freeze a little. I said something strange in my dream?" Suddenly asked the girl with a noticeable embarrassment. The man just smiled at that. The girl froze in place, fearing even to move. Her eyes were widely open when she watched her closely. The girl shouted his best, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Please forget about it. It will be a little difficult," the man replied, turning his gaze on a cooled cup of tea with milk standing on the tray. Edric approached the girl, clamped his eyes, and said, "You cried. Said you were cold." She looked at him in surprise. "She clung to me." She smiled gently, saying her husband, hugging her neck and attracting closer to herself. "Please do not go," said the blonde quietly, drawing it stronger, hugging the waist. The girl did not dare to resist. The man smiled again, leaning closer to her lips, and her cheeks blushed even more. The blonde man was about to add something, but finally chose another way. He gently kissed a brunette that seemed a little embarrassed. And suddenly the girl began to shake lightly in the arms of her husband. Hot tea shed on a soft bed. The man decided to bite the girl's lip gently as he did in her dream. The smile did not leave his face. However, the brunette decided to deepen the kiss, and the man did not resist. Despite the fact that the girl almost gasped, the man continued to hold her firmly in the arms. But then he released her. The girl, as if fascinated, looked at him and looked around. She is exhausted hard because she couldn't get out. Her view was filled with seriousness and harshness. The blue-eyed man decided to remind her of a dream. You gently touched my tongue and begged to kiss you. I am not sure that I can forget it, Blonde said, barely touching his lips, as if enlivening those moments in memory. The room has a cool night breeze into the room, carefully turning the curtains that moved away from the windows from where the bright light poured. The girl opened her eyes, trying to collect thoughts in a pile. She swung the brown eyes, barely spreading her lips. After a few moments, the host tried to get out of bed. She gently slipped her legs into soft slippers. The first night, held in the castle, flashed as if in the fog. These memories came to life in the mind of the brunette when it came closer to the window. She was not sure that it was the cause of my fainting. Perhaps everything is because of this pursuit. But when she opened her eyes, she was already breaking, and the morning gave a new day, she thought. Then the girl decided to look at her bedroom, but accidentally came across a huge dressing room. The girl, wide open, looked carefully at the outfit and said quietly, "For the old castle, the room is quite well groomed." Then the brunette smiled clumsily, smiling slightly, and said to herself, "Probably, because Edric cares so much." But then the thoughts of Edric again covered her and reminded of their kiss on that dark night. She tried to drive away these memories, covering her ears with her hands, and sat on a small sofa. What a nightmare, the girl thought, trying to hide his cheeks. She also jumped her eyebrows, realizing the situation. It was not a dream. A girl clear with dark hair sighed hard. She tried to hide her face again. I clearly remember how I was sobbing and clutching it. The girl remembered their first kiss, as I huddled to him, wanting to feel warm. His soothing touches remained unforgettable. The girl remembered that night with special tenderness. "What did you think?" the girl exclaimed, suddenly approaching the chair. Her annoyance about her own betrayal did not subscribe. "No, we even kissed." I have to know what that meant, but will I be able to look in his eyes? She thought. Suddenly, a loud noise came behind her back, almost forcing her to take off. At the same time, she shouted loudly, "Come in!" And in her majestic bedroom came a girl pushing a trolley with a tray. In fact, it was an old, elderly woman with a strict expression of her face. Her hair is neatly gathered and silver. She sophisticatedly carried a tray, full of delicacy. The host was interested in attention to a stranger who decided to introduce herself. "I am glad to our acquaintance. I am Greta Marin." The woman tilted her head into bows and said, "I am a secretary of Einburn family." The girl responded quickly, "And I am Heijen." An elderly woman said, "Today I personally brought you food to greet you. You can taste it in the dining room." Greta persistently said, "If you face any difficulty, do not hesitate to turn to me at any time." And then the older woman laid a tablet wrapped in a white cover that surprised the hose on the table. An elderly woman said, "If you need something, boldly make a request with this tablet. If other requests appear, press the call button and you can contact directly." She said, "They can afford a special application," thought the girl, finally tasting the soup. "Even the devices here are gorgeous." And finally, the girl dared to taste the soup and barely tested it. A smile blossomed on her face and his cheeks were instantly scratched. "The food is incredibly delicious," exclaimed the brunette. And Greta, with some misunderstanding in her voice, said, "Maybe I bend the stick, but I dare to say, for the first time, guests stop in this castle." "Thank you very much for visiting," Gret said, and the Kaza thanked. "It is thanks to the invitation of Mr. Edric that I hear." The elderly woman was very surprised and wanted to ask, "Do you turn to him by name?" The elderly woman asked with surprise. The girl answered uncertainly, "Yes." Suddenly, the brunette spoke vigorously, actively gesturing. "Mr. Edric was very kind to me, and I am grateful to him." The secretary replied, "I have been working for Einburn since childhood, but for the first time I hear such a approving response about him." As she pressed on the button and dishes disappeared, the girl, immersed in her thoughts, watched the landscape outside the window. The majestic mountains stood, a lazy life, where you need to move your finger. Here is a real paradise, I thought a brunette, considering the contents of her wardrobe. She was walking past a variety of outfits, looking at them with curiosity, and thought, just incredible that I could wear it all. Where do they know my size? Even the linen is perfect, the girl wondered, looking at her clothes. It all looks extremely gorgeous, she thought, looking at the new ensembles. Even thinking about the price becomes creepy. But her thoughts interrupted a phone call. The phone lay on the bedside table. Right. The girl quickly shifted attention. Edric replied, "Good morning, host. I plan to come to the hotel to pick up your things." He barely smiled. "Do you personally take me there?" The girl asked in surprise, opening her mouth. "And you are against?" Edric replied with a smile. She thought, and then replied, "It's great, but I need to discuss it with my colleagues in the laboratory. I will have to wait long enough." Edric remarked, "It's not a problem." The master replied, "I'm relying on you." They agreed to meet in the lobby. The brunette thought for a moment, looked down unexpectedly. Did I actually give Edric my number? Can't remember that. After a few moments, the girl appeared in front of Edric Castle. Mr. Einburn himself, who was dressed in an elegant classic suit, was already waiting for her. His face was only slightly illuminated by a smile. Then, only a few moments, the man looked around, his blue eyes down, as if thinking. He looked at his companion, who smiled charmfully. Edric said, "On you new clothes, and he is very good for you." "You look unsurpassed," the man assured. With each of his words, the girl is increasingly red, nervously turning her fingers. When I was face to face with Edric, I realized that she was not morally prepared for this meeting. Thoughts were constantly returning to the kiss. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes wide and realized that her face had already blushed. She immediately opened her eyes. The master suddenly said, turning away from her husband, "Let's hurry." But Mr. Einburn immediately caught up with her. The wind from the huge windows opposite immediately picked up and lifted the girl's hair up, almost touchingly wrapping them in the air. Blondin rapidly grabbed the girl for his elbow and pulled to herself. The host has lost the gift of language, incapable of uttering a word. Then the blonde tilted her face closer to her, barely touching the breadth of her cheeks. The shock seems to have stunned her, but then the man lowered her carefully, slightly sliding his fingers on her hands. The host seemed to be frozen, nor dare to move. In a moment, the man clenched the girl's shoulder while removing her hair back behind her back. Then Blondin decided to touch her cheeks, slowly approaching already acquaintances' gentle lips. He really approached her again, ready to kiss her as it was that night. Just a moment. But now the brunette still dared to remove, covering her eyes, whether from embarrassment or because of shame in front of the bride. But suddenly the girl felt a man wearing a wonderful decoration on her. She did not even realize it immediately. A charming jewelry shone on the girl's neck. The host, looking at her closely, scolded. Then Mr. Einburn said, "I thought, this decoration will fit you perfectly. Well, let's go." They went on the road again with one car, choosing the other streets this time to bypass the previous route. The girl looked uncertainly out the window, wanting the trip to finally came to an end, while the man was stepped up without being distracted by the road. Subsequently, the brunette dared to throw a blur look with her brown eyes towards Blondin, barely noticeably shining. However, the man's view remained serious and adamant. It seemed as if nothing had happened to him. But suddenly, a car was struck by them with a camera on the frontal glass. The man decided to ask the question, "Are you worried about being kissing with you?" Heza was stunned by such words. The man looked at her inseparably, studying the girl's face carefully and her reaction, trying to catch all the shades of her feelings at these moments. He barely tilted his head as if he were about to say something. The brunette seemed that it was at this moment that everything was frozen around. "I can't do anything about it. It is in your head all the time." "And you?" the blonde asked, looking closely at the girl. She turned away from him. In the end, the girl dared to answer. "I think about it too," she said. Edrica, such a reaction appealed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Blondin, throwing a mocking look at the master, said, "I have the assumption that your bride will not appeal to your bride." The brunette answered in confusion, "I will do my best to prevent this in the future." She wanted to add a few more words, but suddenly fell silent, looking at the white building to which they were approaching. Then the girl carefully grabbed the belt, realizing that the time for reflection was left. Suddenly, she stopped her husband's voice as if calling to pay attention to him. The landlord shuddered at the unexpected fear. Blondin, watching the girl carefully, asked, "You don't plan to twist the novel?" His hair spread under the wind. The girl asked in surprise that she could not believe her ears, and her brown eyes were wide open. The man made the offer again, but the car stood still. The girl also frozen, unable to move. "If you do not mind, betray him with me." Blondin said, leaning closer to the girl as if inducing her to a kiss. Blondin gently reached out to the girl's legs, not taking away from her a shrewd look. The brunette has widely revealed her eyes with surprise. If there are any misunderstandings between us, let's try to kiss again, the man insisted. But the girl declined strongly. The man was not going to give up and held her hand firmly. "The owner, you try to retreat after everything you started?" he asked. The girl was burning when Blondie unexpectedly lifted her hand to her lips and exclaimed, "Edric, or maybe you just beware that your groom knows?" asked Mr. Einburn, gently touching the lips of her fragile hand. The man cautiously raised her hand closer to her neck, barely touching her, and said, "You are not even married. Don't be afraid of kisses. There is nothing wrong with this," Blondin said until the girl gently touched his neck and gently moved her hand under the shirt collar. The brunette frozen in place like a fascinated doll and silently watched his movements. The girl looked at Edries with a blurred look, trying to understand what was happening in his head. Her thoughts raged. The host felt that Eric was interested in her and shows sincere interest. However, his feelings have not yet developed in the desire for a kiss, she thought. Count Einburn has no reason to pay attention to the ordinary Asian. However, the girl decided to ask him something important. Her eyes were wide open, and trying to release her hand, she asked, "I really need you? Although I do not understand what the problem is, but if it is possible, I would like to help." I voiced a brunette, ignoring her surprised face. "Sometimes you really show great insight," Blondin replied, carefully releasing the girl's palm with brown eyes. "Let's discuss this later. I think you should take your baggage first," said the man, opening the door of the car. And here are the door of a car with a darkened window, a response to the lessons of the past, which required more caution. Blondin went around the car, approached the girl, and opened the door for her. "I will wait for you here," he said. And so, the girl was already inside the White House, holding a suitcase with things. "Yes, Professor, let's meet in the lobby," said the girl then, and now headed to Einburn. The host reassured herself, thinking that when it comes to the forbidden area, he would gladly give permission, because he would not be able to resist. "Sonyan, isn't that a Graf himself?" Immediately, the silence broke the voice of an unknown that came directly from the stairs. "And really?" Another young man responded in a green jacket. And together, all four moved to the stairs. Sonyan began to admire the Count, but the other girl, a little annoyed, pushed him. "But come faster." The guy suggested, "Henna, let's come closer to look and take a picture." She cut off, "Not a garden of nonsense." Suddenly, a gloomy brunette came up and asked, dissatisfied, "Didn't the caste system be canceled?" "We are what, now the common people?" The guy was going to deny, but he interrupted the ringing pink of pink shoes approaching them. Everyone was greeted by a djinn who greeted them with warmth. Her gentle smile and a soft swing made a moment truly hearty. The girl came to her question. "Where did you go? And why with a suitcase?" Jean replied, "I was in the castle." And in the end, the girl dared to admit, "In fact, Mr. Einburn suggested that I stay in the castle. Maybe the Earl chats in front of the hotel to wait for you?" asked one of their team members. "Are you serious, Jin?" asked the guy. The girl, a little confused, replied quietly, "Yes." She could not reveal the truth. "If you do not mind, I would like to stay in the castle," said the girl with dark hair, watching serious faces. This would greatly facilitate the collection of data from the Forbidden Zone, which, no doubt, would benefit our laboratory, she assured. Suddenly, karaoke, the girl heard someone's cunning voice, as if the shadow wrapped her. The man asked, "Are you really planning to settle in the castle on your own?" Brune insisted, "Do you have to get access to the forbidden area for all and instead try to monopolize the information?" Agrees him to miss us. A barely covered threat sounded in his words. He hanged over her, demonstrating his advantage. The girl frozen, unable to even move. With fierce fear, she looked at her fiancé, not believing that such behavior was possible from him. "Why are you silent?" the man exclaimed, not noticing that someone entered the room. "Is my words not important to you?" asked the man and hit the girl on the face so she fell. The girl only had a blinking look at the solid surface of the floor and then swollen. Karaoke Heza tightly closed the eyelids, trying to soften the pain of falling. "I will fall now," the thought, Suddenly, she was hugged by a blue-eyed brunette throwing a heavy black coat on her shoulders. She was amazed. "Isn't that funny?" Blondin asked suddenly, defending an innocent girl who looked at him with surprise. "The more you help people, the more arrogant they become," Mr. Einburn said sarcastically, mocking the boy. "They demand more every time," the Count said. The old man asked him distrustful, but the young man answered him. "Joint research will be the best option for us. Many groups from Korea came here," Blondin recalled, looking at Brunette, who stood in front of him. "If you do not release Miss Hagen immediately, I can create some difficulties for you," said the Count with a threatening note in his voice. "Or I can make sure that the gate of the castle is closed much earlier," said the Graf persistently, watching the reactions of Jin colleagues carefully. "How do I do? Will it be a problem if the gate is closed tomorrow?" the blonde asked, looking away, and after a while they were already in a huge castle. Outside the window, the darkness prevailed, and the moon, like a magic lantern, was illuminated by silver. The girl sat on the bed without looking away from the phone screen and never touched the suitcases. In the eyes of a karaoke girl seemed to lose the light, turning into an inanimate glow. Her face was overshadowed when she plunged into her thoughts. Jen, what are you doing? Going to go with this guy, so just..." Her groom's alarming voice came from the phone. He asked, "How did you explain what happened? You didn't even support us. Did you suddenly lose your mind? Forgot what place you were standing? Do you not need information from the Forbidden Zone?" asked the girl. The tension permeated every detail of its appearance. Her hand trembled lightly because she continued, "You do not want me to go there? If you say that I don't get out of place, the professor is not liked. It destroys the working atmosphere." Finally, the bridegroom intervened. "Jian, do you deliberately do it? I hoped that you would be on my side before the professor," she said with understanding. Usok undoubtedly most requires this data. He was ambitious and sought to create a brilliant dissertation for which he urgently needed data from the secret zone. Then the girl said, "Help me. I also have to write a dissertation." Quan tiredly replied, "I understood. Enough." Karaoke Girl was happy to realize she won. However, suddenly the groom addressed her. "I have a question to you." He asked again, "Have you heard me? I want to know if you had a closeness with the Graf." The girl lowered her eyes down. "Now it seems that this scoundrel shows curiosity, but still obeyed common sense," the man said. "He plays with the Asian girl only because of his admiration of exotic. But sooner or later his interest will go out, and all this will end," he reminded. "I will marry you. If you plan to use your body, then do it right." From these words, her eyes were filled with tears. "I hope you understood me. Be a good wife and try my best for me." The girl, with despair, threw the phone on the bed. The girl fell on the bed as if trying to avoid an unpleasant conversation. Her forces were exhausted. Then the girl squeezed a piece of fabric in her hands and whispered quietly, "I know." The heavy, suffocating silence filled the room. "I know everything, too," the girl repeated, closing her eyes. Closing her face, she hoped to fall asleep. The next day, the girl met a person who suggested, "I will take you to the exit." The brunette nodded. "And what if I will find Edric unexpectedly during the inspection?" Suddenly, the girl thought, following the worker. She was not sure whether she could make anything happen. Looking down, the girl clenched her lips. "Stop thinking about Edric," she commanded herself, distracting from memories. "You need to inspect the designated area." Then the brunette looked around, expanding her eyes with surprise. "Do we need to go through the garden while leaving the forbidden territory?" But suddenly a rose petal sank suddenly on her face, increasing her astonishment. However, it made her think. And then everything became clear. Other rose petals fell on the girl. She looked at them in surprise, clapping her eyes. She looked away, delving into thought. Rose petals? It was quite unusual. Some man carefully ripped the petals from the rose and with a smile threw them at the girl. She managed to see only his hand. Subsequently, she noticed it completely. Elric stood with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, methodically tearing the petals from the rose, one by one. The man smiled, leaning on the railing and saying to the girl, "Good morning." His eyes were barely whimpering. The girl was surprised to broke her eyes watching Blondin. His behavior caused her true surprise. Finally, the girl, a little bit, dared to answer. Hi. She pressed her hand to her mouth and retreated back. Blondin, with a wicked smile, said, If you're not busy, I would like to invite you to your office. There's something there that you will really like. And then the girl cast her gaze at the retreating worker who had to hold her to the forbidden zone. Later, she replied, but Blondin sought to get more details. The girl added, I can't say for sure. I see you relaxed, Blondin said, noticing her face is full of unexpected surprise. Who knows, maybe tomorrow this gate can be closed, Blonde said with a barely noticeable smile. The girl froze, and then she whispered, What a meanness. The girl lifted her eyes and looked at the vast, bright sky above them. But after a few moments, a table with carved details and huge shelves filled with books appeared in front of her. This is my office, Blondin said, inviting the girl to enter. The office opened a wonderful picture. It had 2 floors, and the winding wooden ladder rose to the 2nd level. Here is a whole sea of books, the girl thought, squeezing her bag. The man in a hurry tried to show her all these copies. With this scope, it is more like a library than the office. And this picture, I saw it in the gallery. Did he buy a copy? She thought. All this is originals, Blondin suddenly said, returning to the girl. But she froze with surprise, wide open her mouth. Only you know this secret, because they are not quite honest. The host wanted to clarify, but someone interrupted her. Look carefully, the girl thought. If all the paintings here are real, then this office stores the true treasure of incredible value. Then she came closer to the shelves with books, studying them carefully. She was really interested in exploring their content. Time missed unnoticed, and a deep night came faster than she expected. The girl seemed to not pay attention to it at all. Then the girl said, Humidity and temperature here is always normal. And imagine only how a fan of ancient books would react if she got here. She never received the answer. She suddenly asked aloud, Faust? Her hand carefully touched one of the books. She looked at a book whose name immediately attracted attention and distinguished it among others. The girl with brown eyes frozen as if he were fascinated. She could not look away from this fascinating find. Other books seemed to disappear without a trace. It was captured only by one with a clear name, and suddenly she remembered those 2 links again. Edric is a real sorcerer, or is the history of Einburn and the devil? And then the girl turned to Blondin, who had already closed her eyes as if she were dormant. She asked, I want to know about the ruins of the castle I ever saw. Can you tell me about them? Suddenly, the expression of the man's face changed. It appeared fear and surprise. His pupils narrowed. The man slightly smiled, losing his gaze down. His blue eyes covered and focused on his face. A few seconds, the girl looked at Edric in surprise, thinking, she may not succeed. However, soon the girl with dark hair returned to Blondin again with the words, Please answer only one question. She began to say uncertainly, Is there a ghost in the castle? Her voice trembled, and her hands were gripping the book that testified to her face. The brunette, having fallen asleep, looked at the blonde with a serious expression, while the man puzzled his mouth. The girl continued to look strictly at the man standing in front of her. However, she was barely noticeable. She felt inconvenience. However, a few seconds, the man could no longer endure silence and laughed loudly, trying to hide the smile. He laughed loudly like a baby and then asked, Do you really say it? His blue eyes were pinched. The girl was embarrassed, widely opened her brown eyes, and on her cheeks a gentle pink blush blossomed. The girl carefully hid her embarrassment, saying, It really bothers me. And she thought of herself. For the first time, I see him smiling so much. Finally, the man stopped laughing. Only a friendly smile remained on his face. He said, clearly, suddenly, Blondin with a gesture invited him to sit next to him. It is located on a large blue sofa that stood in the center of the room. Blondin looked away, relaxing his face, and in a calm tone suggested, I advise you to relax for a while. Blondin said, I would like to answer your question, but I am restless to say one. I suggest that we ask questions in turn. The man assured that uncomfortable questions could not be answered. The master wondered, This rule applies to you, Edric. Edric insisted. I am going to answer honestly, so I hope you will be sincere with me. Despite the doubt, the girl agreed. Then the man reached out and began to say first, Let's discuss what you were. Blondie leaned forward, pushed his eyebrows, and said, "What happened then was open only to the chosen one." Then the brunette asked with hurry, "What does it mean?" But Blondin interrupted her, saying, "Now my turn." He barely touched her cheeks, then asked, "Why did you get engaged?" The brunette has widely revealed her eyes with surprise. "Because I needed money," the brunette replied, losing her gaze on Blondin's hand and then worried her eyes. "But not now, isn't it?" asked a blue-eyed man, gently holding his fingers on her lips. The girl asked in surprise, "Not now?" He suddenly approached her, blinking his eyes, and began to speak. "You can get €1,000,000 at any time." The girl opened his brown eyes wide and blushed with embarrassment, and a bright blush played on her face. And then the brunette, sharply interrupting Blondin, asked loudly, "What is the relationship you have to Faust?" She looked at the books that stood in the closet and said, "All these books are dedicated to Faust. Johann Georg Faust was the illegitimate son of Einborn family." The man said unexpectedly. The girl was amazed. Then he wondered, "Read Goethe? His Faust?" The girl thought for a moment and then said, "Yes." She read. To which Adric, as if confirming what he said, remarked, "Everything really was something like that." She understood. The devil, when he came to Faust, sought to give him the opportunity to feel all the joys of life. Therefore, an agreement was concluded. Jean thought of how God saved him from hell. Edric persistently stated that Einborn was in vain to terminate the contract. Blondin noted, "Some seek the contract to last forever because it benefits." Edric continued, "Of course, there are those who, unfortunately, they chose. However, sooner or later it will end." Edric suddenly scored and noted that if one of the parties to the contract disappears, the agreement would lose its power. The man said, "I will die for 35 years. The girl scared the brown eyes and breathed heavily. "There are only 2 years left. Our genus and the agreement will disappear with me," he muttered. And Jean wondered, "Why are you doomed to meet death?" The girl thought, would he meet the same horrible death? How can he talk about it with such indifference? She looked at her mind continuously, but opened her eyes when she heard Edric calling her. And then the blonde leaned closer to her as if he were about to say something. The girl touched his shoulder. However, thinking, the girl inept said, "I am unconscious." The man smiled barely noticeably, blinking his eyes. Then the girl with brown eyes lowered her gaze on the floor and whispered almost inaudibly, "Sorry." The hand remained in place, but soon the man approached her, inducing the girl to finally lift a surprised look. The man looked at her face with indifference, while the girl looked at him with wide, open, shiny eyes. Edric squeezed her hand more, thoughtfully asked, "Why do your eyes look so closely at me?" Blonde gently lifted her hand to her lips and said, "You look at me as if you feel pity." His eyebrows barely moved together. The girl's eyes really glowed with regret and compassion, and her cheeks were barely overwhelmed when she looked at him. The girl frozen in place, thinking, "Who is pity?" Now I'm not in the situation to express his condolences to him. However, deeply in the soul of karaoke, the girl was well aware. "I regret it." He fearlessly spoke of his death, as if she had only been a black shadow that hung over him. He seemed to have accepted his destiny. She thought. The girl was inseparably followed his movements, opening her eyes with surprise. She thought. It was the most important thing. The girl confidently said, "Maybe my words will seem self-confident, but I wish to help you if I have the opportunity." She continued to repeat her own, regardless of circumstances. The man just smiled in response, his blue eyes barely gathered in thin cracks. The girl thought, "I don't want him to disappear." But suddenly the man grabbed her hand and began to pull somewhere. Blondin powerfully wrapped it to the bookcase, holding it firmly for the wrist. The girl was amazed, looking at him. "Then you comfort me, the owner?" The man said closer to the girl, tried to kiss her. Then Blondin gently touched the brunette's lips, and she instantly scattered without showing any resistance. The man, hugging her near the closet, held firmly. He kissed her, and the girl, almost without blushing, sought even closer. The man barely flicked and covered his blue eyes. The girl followed his example, but in a few moments, Blondin retreated back. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at him with surprise. A blonde young man with blue eyes just smiled, and then touched his lips with a soft movement. The man thought and slowly said, You know, your heart beats so quickly. He was barely red. The girl said, Wait, not so fast. Her voice trembled slightly when she added, I only relied on a kiss. Blondin leaned to her ear and whispered softly, This is not enough for me to feel relief. The host, Help me. Then the girl paid attention to the table, which was already illuminating the bright moonlight. Papers were scattered on the table. Later, after a while, the man helped the girl dress. He clasped her shirt with careful movements. It was a pleasant reassurance, the host, said the man, and his voice responded gently, the moon all over the room. The girl was in a room with a gorgeous interior. On the wall hung a portrait of a noble lady, surrounded by a variety of jewelry. The girl, blushing to the tips of her ears, tried to hide her embarrassment in the pillow, firmly squeezing the sheet. Once after a while, she returned to their kisses and that day full of conversation. She remembered how blushed from his gestures. The girl pressed her pillow, hugging her with her best, and shouted loudly, Why, I constantly remember it. I admit it is dangerously attractive. No one will be able to resist Adrika, she thought, imagining his image. She thought, but it is impossible to be confident. What are the thoughts of Edric? The girl remembered his tricky smile. Imaging her brunette thoughtfully extends her hand, I convinced myself that I was constantly approaching the unraveling. However, it seems that with every step I am more entangled, moving to the very heart of the maze. Jen thought. Jian recalled the words he somehow said. If one of the parties of the agreement disappeared, then the contract itself would lose its validity. I kept away from Edric. She did not give up meetings, but always remained within professional limits. She remembered. Now she behaved as if they were unfamiliar. Even more vigilant, she did not throw in the direction of Blondin. Always be polite, she thought. The man, in turn, was surprised to follow her actions, sometimes inadvertently frowning. Not to express emotions too bright. With the exception of the times when I tasted something delicious or admired a masterpiece of art, she thought. The girl plunged into reflections. I was constantly thinking about him, and today was no exception. She suddenly felt something touched her cheeks. The brunette immediately bounced, preventing it from touching it. She lowered her eyes and Blondin froze. Following her, a man with blue eyes lowered his eyes. All shades of former joy disappeared from his face. The man reached back to remove the fallen leaves from her shoulder. The girl returned to him in surprise. Forgive me, a little scared, said the girl with dark hair, turning her gaze on the golden leaves of trees. Blondin jumped his eyebrows and squeezed his blue eyes, asked, It seems not very comfortable with me. The girl thought and began to deny his assumption. No, the thing is not in that. Departed from him. Then the blonde smiled sadly, losing his gaze, and finally said, It seems that we were a little closer. I was wrong, the blonde asked, exploring the confused face of the karaoke girl. She looked at him. If I want to keep the distance now, the brunette thought, almost holding his breath. She thought, the more we communicate, the deeper these indefinite relationships become. After that, the girl was in a hurry from Blondin, again shyly lowering his brown eyes. And then the man nodded, smiled warmly, and pressed his blue eyes. I will now be more careful. Blondin turned away from the djinn, and now they stood his back to his back, avoiding each other's views. The girl again plunged into memories. Even when we met in the castle, our communication was only polite greetings. Finally, his interest in me fades, the girl thought, watching the blonde that quickly went away. If I just accepted him, what could happen? The girl thought, imagining how he would kiss her again. How unreasonable to hold on to indefinite feelings. In addition, in 2 years, he will no longer be close. I hate it, she thought. The girl did not have time to get out as November came. She came to her friendly friends from the band. The brunette greedily waved her hand, smiling wide. Her hair gently wrapped her shoulders, lightly rising under the gusts of wind. Girlfriend Jean said, Even your clothes have a stunning look. She mentally added, Marin always knows how to pick up the outfit perfectly. And then after a while, they took up food. The girl, as always, chose burgers for herself. They communicated easily, sharing the latest news, enjoying the atmosphere of a cozy cafe. But unexpectedly, one of the girlfriends, Jean, asked, What did the graph do? It is not visible anywhere. The girl was upset at once, but replied, She heard he went to a business trip. The girlfriend said, This is a real miracle that he remained in the castle for so long. He is a very busy man. The look of a karaoke girl faded again when she thought, they said he was returning today. I miss it so much. His image is constantly flashing in my mind. The smell of cigarettes. A carefree laughter like a teenager. She thought. The warm hugs that made me melt in place was mentioned by the girl. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, surprised by an unexpected thought. A few steps from the brunette stood Idrik Einburn, and near him Marin, who politely worshipped him. It looks like he came back from the trip. One of the members of the group exclaimed, noticing Blondin ahead. Let me only say hello to him. Please call the Count, the guys insisted. Edric barely lifted his gaze. And then his gaze met with Brunette. She opened her big, magical eyes wide. The girl thought when our views crossed. But suddenly Blondin turned sharply and went away from the researchers. The guy in glasses with a confused gaze looked after Blondin. He just took and left, his eyes open out of surprise. You will not approach him constantly, the guy exclaimed, but his girlfriend interrupted him. Continue? He said in response, it's easy to say so. Even mentioning that everything is over, seemingly absurd, thought the girl, focusing again in the sky. She began to wash her clothes by hand, delving into her thoughts. After all, no relationship existed from the beginning. That's where you, said the young man, approaching the group. It was Usok Hen, who had just been invited. The man asked, do you lunch together? And how always was it? How sorry. He was constantly approaching them. He walked and sat side by side, noting, haven't seen you for a long time, Jean. How do you live in the castle? She answered, thinking a little. We are often seen often. The girl replied coldly, I just live there, nothing special. Meanwhile, a man seemed to hang over her like a dark cloud. And then Usok Hen, smiling, asked the brunette again, really? His hair was disobedient strands, and so, after a few moments, Brunetta gently grabbed her shoulder, approaching even closer. His face was also illuminated by a smile. A man can be heard in her ear. Tell me if you suddenly need money. She looked away. The rain pours constantly. The brunette thought about it, already in the castle. She also had time to dress. But within a few moments, Brunetta noticed a call from her father on her phone. The girl sighed heavily, putting her hand to his forehead. She barely took the phone, as shouting immediately. She thought, trying to remember. Suddenly, a sharp, high voice came from the tube. Obviously, that man was annoyed. Gradually, the voice began to lose its sharpness and become softer, and at the end he would even play a flattened intonation. The girl listened thoughtfully. My father insisted, I want to say that you could be a little bit. The girl thought and added, what can I do for that? She recalled that you left your mom for your own business. This is your decision. Ask your stepmother, she noted. You provide me, but you just said that there was no money. Therefore, I will seek financial assistance directly. The father decided to call her again, and the phone began to vibrate, immediately showing an incoming call on the screen. The girl decided not to answer the call, wrapped in a blanket and closing her ears. Her hands trembled a little, but Jean tried to calm down. She thought, what if you get a job? Even if I get back now, I still won't be able to raise enough money to cover medical accounts. Debt is not an option because there is no confidence that I can give. The brunette thought. Playing the Uska's quail about money is worse than death. The girl thought, imagining the frozen face of this brunette. Suddenly, Karaoke Girl remembered that cherished offer. She thought again about €1,000,000. Then the girl climbed out of bed for a moment and whispers said, not everything is so bad to agree to it. But here the girl remembered the faces of the blonde whose eyes glittered and thought, will he be able to help? She felt unrecognizable. The girl finally dared to call Marin, but immediately answered and introduced. Jean frozen in indecision. Marin asked herself, why not visit him at night? Jean thought, can we just come? Blondin turned away from Jin and said, how many times to repeat? Don't worry me. Okay, hope you will not weave nonsense. Then Blondin finally turned his gaze to the brunette behind and asked, will you delay for a long time? Hayes, what are you doing here? The man was surprised and then said, this is confidential information. The girl said a little puzzled. Then I'll get later. Blondin, nodding, replied, Don't worry, just sit for a few minutes. Instead, it is better to close his eyes, Blondin said, looking strictly with blue eyes. He began to shoot a tie. The man smiled gently as if trying to reassure the girl. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The girl realized that there is no different choice. So, she agreed. The man lifted a tie to her face. The girl went red when the man carefully wrapped the tie around her eyes. She thought for a moment. Something tickling. The man came closer, whispering to her ear, "If we think we have not seen you for a long time." Her cheeks were blossomed. And then Jean said, "About that, just please help me." Edric's gaze instantly played fire. Then the fair-haired guy put his hand on her shoulder, squeezing him firmly. It seemed that everything around began to slowly dive into the darkness. However, Blondin asked in surprise, "Why did you decide to seek help from me and not your fiancé?" The man leaned to the girl's ear, almost vaguely whispered, "Do you plan to start a novel?" The realization that I did not see anything, gave me courage. The girl understood by replying, "I'm afraid." "Me?" Edric asked. The girl tilted her head and said softly, "No, I'm afraid of everything around. I can't understand what you conceived, Edric." He looked at the lost brunette. Blondin finally spoke without looking. "Right now," he said confidently, "I can't stop thinking about how much I want to kiss you." His gaze was inseparably attached to the girl standing right in front of him. The man grabbed the girl firmly for his chin and approached her to kiss. The man sat on the bed, hugging the girl more and more. She did not even dare to move. Then Blondie slightly ran his hand on her cheek, opened his blue eyes, and watched his every movement closely. Therefore, a man with blue eyes gently wrapped her arms around his back, gently pushing to the pliable surface of the bed. Blondin gently put the girl on a blue sofa. Her cheeks flashed with a blush while she hugged him behind her back. "How many do you need?" asked Edric, not taking a look away from the neck of a girl covered with kisses. She replied briefly, 50,000 euros. "Now, when the amount is known, I will tell you the amount you want," Blondin said, carefully examining the lips of the girl who is embarrassed. "That you should never speak these pathetic phrases again," said the man, and the girl lifted her eyebrows in surprise. She said, "Thank you. It is for the first time when they help me so. Mandatory thanks when I arrive in Korea." The man wanted to ask, but the djinn quickly intervened. "I will pay interest. But maybe it will take a little time." The man gently ran a hand on her cheek, saying, "Don't worry about returning money. It's just a gift." She has already opened her mouth to argue. "Do you need something else?" asked Edric, to which Ian replied, "No, you have already shown a lot of generosity to me." The man smiled and confessed, "I may seem a scoundrel, but the expectation really burdens." He barely squeezed his blue eyes and frowned his eyebrows. He asked the girl, "Can't you be mine?" Blondin insisted, "I want to be near you. Don't run away from me and don't go to Korea. Is that too big a request?" The girl turned to the window and turned to her husband. "I need to return to Korea because my mom is in hospital." Finally, the man dared to answer with a smile on his face. "But while I'm here, I have to warn you in advance, the host." The girl woke up in an unfamiliar bedroom. Unknown place, but such a familiar aroma. "Edric has already gone to work?" the girl whispered, thinking for a moment. "Apparently was really busy. Probably the rain was pouring all night." The girl thought about it, casting a look out the window. She opened her eyes wide, enthusiastically contemplating the drops. But suddenly the girl returned sharply, hearing someone's fuzzy murmur. She was genuinely surprised. The husband, in a hole spoke in German, went closer to the girl. I listened carefully. He went closer to the girl, smiled, and said to someone who was on the other end of the phone, "Sorry, just get distracted to something extremely beautiful." Then he gently touched the back of his palm to her cheek. The brunette barely brown, sinking into thoughts. Her hands were cool. Edric gently ran a hand on her hair, saying, "Valentine, wonderful. I just have something that can come in handy." "What about Korea?" asked Valentine, summoned Edric's memories of friends of the brunette who annoyed him. That day, a man in glasses put his hand on the girl's shoulder. She wanted to get away, but unsuccessfully. Then the man remembered that moment once after to a time. Her friend put her hand on her shoulder and held firmly as if wanting to support. Edric suddenly wrapped her with his hands, pressing him and smiling warmly. "You ask what I'm going to do," he said quietly. "Now she is mine," Blondin said. At that moment, his eyes erupted with bright light. Suddenly, the girl looked around. She lay in bed near Edric and fell into reflections. His bedroom. His clothes are on me, his castle around, and even the food that supports my strength. All this is given to me by Edric, the girl thought, looking around. She did not realize when everything began to walk from him, the girl thought. Edric asked, "How do you feel?" The man carefully put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't be so serious. No matter what, you will definitely return to Korea. I will disappear in 2 years. So by that time, to be with me, the owner," the man said, stinging his blue eyes. The girl agreed, but then plunged into reflections. How wonderful it would be to become the one who can really help him. "You said I was special. Does it have something in common with the contract?" The girl asked, opening her eyes wide. "I still do not intend to break the agreement. As I said, if I die, the contract will end," Blondin replied. The room where the echo of the struggle for survival is still noticeable. But Edric is not interested in this world. Glory, huge riches, or luxurious Linderk castle did not worry him. He could leave all this without a shadow of pity. Even me. The girl said, "You don't worry. It means that you're indifferent." The man, hearing her words, fell. He replied, "Maybe I will hurt, because—" But the girl interrupted him, asking, "What did you say?" And then the man kissed her, not wanting to repeat those words more. The girl immediately blushed, holding on to him. "Calmly, Ha-Jen," she said to herself, trying to calm down, though she could not tear off the frightened look from the phone. Then the girl looked again at the message on the phone. 1 billion came to her account. She felt shaking in her hands. "Jean checked the amount you transferred to my account." "It seems that this is a mistake," she said, calling Edric. Edric replied, "I translated the amount that I considered intelligent, and in my opinion, she was even not enough." Jean was stunned. Blondin, delaying a cigarette, said, "During our stay in Germany, show a little more affection to me." Jean replied, "There is no point in staying engaged. I am powerful. I need to make clarity in a relationship with Edric." Having made one of the most important decisions in her life, to break the engagement, she began to think carefully about what words would say to Edric. She also imagined various scenarios of events. The girl remembered how she rehearsed in front of the mirror, but there was an unexpected incident. Sonhun Sonbae announced that he had returned to Korea. She exclaimed, barely holding back emotions, "Girlfriend Jian," she thought. "He seems to have something serious at home. My father also unexpectedly has been collapsed. The guy slipped in the castle and broke his hand. The next day, he strongly went to Korea." She thought about it. They say that the trouble does not go alone. This is what happened to the SNHNU. The girl was thinking about it, looking carefully at the paintings. She recorded something on a notebook, thinking, "It will be necessary to study in detail the territory of Sonhun to provide him with support." Suddenly, a girl with brown eyes began to look for something in the bag. Then, remembering, she said, "Oh, I left my phone in my room." Jean realized that she needed to return to the Forbidden Zone. While she was led, she decided it is inconvenient to ask for help every time. She smiled, delving into thoughts. "I stayed in the castle, and my servant's attitude has changed. It's nice when they are treated with respect." The servant pointed her hand down, adding that it was worth waiting a little before going. Jean has widely opened her eyes with surprise. And suddenly, karaoke, the girl noticed below the familiar face among the crowd. Quietly, almost whispered, she said, "Edric?" A moment later, a blue-eyed blonde looked up, looking carefully at all. His face did not express any emotions, and at that moment, the man turned to the girl loudly. "Hazel." The brunette was so surprised that she even retreated. Blondin watched Jian, barely smiling. Around, everyone looked at her with contempt and astonishment. Then the man was barely nodded by his hand, as if inviting Jean to come. Others could not look away from her. "The host, Lord. Hejin would be more appropriate," said a man with bright red hair, rubbing his chin. "Valentine." A blue-eyed blonde calm out, stopping a man who was already preparing to express something else. I apologize that I was surprising, said the blue-eyed blonde, leaning closer to the girl. After that, he reached out to her. Karaoke brunette with some distrust put her palm into it. The man kissed her hand and Jen said with fear, Edric touched me in the eyes of everyone else. Edric asked her to ask, I would like to talk a little. Could you wait for me in the garden? I'll join soon. The people around were stunned. The girl looked at her husband frightenedly, expanding her eyes with surprise. After a moment, she agreed. After a while, the girl was near the fountain in the garden, thinking deeply. Why did he call me a host here? She was convinced that Edric clearly distinguishes between public and personal life. He usually turned to her name, she thought, but now he behaved as if he wanted to emphasize that there was something special between us. The girl thoughtfully lowered her gaze. She could not stay and began to play with her fingers, immersed in her thoughts. If this is really Edric, then there should be some reason, right? But suddenly a stranger hugged her behind. It was Valentine, who looked at her with a sly smile. The man suddenly began to kiss her into the neck, pressing closer to himself. The Gina exclaimed, I need to go. The girl frowned, trying to get away, and delved into reflections. Why does it cause such an unpleasant feeling for me? Valentine, meanwhile, was not going to give up. Finally, the girl managed to push him away, though he continued to speak German. Hi, you should be called a bunny. He heard you have recently been the first to succeed in trying to get its seeds, Valentine said, and Jean became surprised. The man asked, How much does Rugen pay you? Are you here to get semen and make money on it? If you are pregnant, you can get more. Rugen feared that Einburn could disappear, he assured. Then she understood the situation. If he dies, his dynasty will stop. Ryugugen was ready to go everything, that this did not happen, the girl thought. To succeed over the past 2 years, Ryugen has been ready to spend even €1,000,000. She thought a brunette. Then Valentine leaned forward and asked, Do you know that if you accidentally get pregnant, Einburn will kill you? Edric does not forgive in such a situation, she thought. He despises any actions that go beyond the limits of the... Jean replied uncertainly, Thank you for the advice, but it won't happen. I just ask you no longer rude. He just smiled back. However, suddenly a man grabbed her hair, exclaiming, What is it? Not happening? What is the arrogance? Suddenly the girl exclaimed, closing her brown eyes. Hurts? Let me go. Someone. Help, she scolded. But suddenly, blood droplets were pulled before her eyes. She cried out loud, looking at Edric with a gun in her hands. And at that moment, the girl screamed, desperately trying to escape from the cigarette arms. It hurts. Release me. Someone help. Suddenly, a large puddle of blood appeared in the face of the girl, which splashed on her. The Kassid has been a fear. It was Edric who shot the girl's abuser. The blood spilled again on the marble floor. The man bent, squeezing his wound on his shoulders, and shouted in German, How did you don me to shoot? You're fooled. And then Blondin replied, I warned. Don't touch it. Why don't you go to the hospital? Edric repeatedly repeated, Do you want me to have a tongue shot you? The enemy frozen in a silent surprise, raising his eyebrows. The red-haired man poured insults on Blondin, but he remained indifferent. Behind the enemy, Edric appeared another man who stared at him worriedly. Finally, Jean managed to escape. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked scared after a wounded man who had just taken away. The brunette lifted her eyes to the blonde standing nearby. She was trembling at the fear experienced. He was injured directly in my eyes, swept in the girl's thoughts. She looked at the blood puddle. However, in a moment, Edric leaned to the girl and said quietly, Apparently, the shot was scared of you well. The man cautiously touched the trembling hands of the girl, took them in his palms, and asked, All right? Lowering the bewildered look of brown eyes, the girl replied uncertainly, Yes, yes. Her face was in mind. After that, Blondin swore and said, Sorry, I acted instinctively because I was afraid that you could suffer. The girl almost blushed when the words heard were slipped in her thoughts. He fired to protect me, the host thought. I'm fine, she added. The man swelled his eyes. It seemed not to trust. Seriously? He asked. The girl confirmed. Yes, it's true. Jean turned her gaze to the fountain nearby and suddenly asked, "What did you want to talk about?" Then Edric exhaled and pulled his hand to the inner jacket pocket, covering his blue eyes. The man stretched the girl a small box, inside which the decoration shone. "I have a gift for you," he said. The girl covered her mouth with surprise, opening it widely with the words, "Looks desperately gorgeous." She was captured. Suddenly, a man asked, looking in a confusion, "You don't like it?" The girl shook her head and replied, "No. Once you do not like, then you do nothing," said the man, preparing to throw the jewelry in the fountain. The girl suddenly grabbed the gift and pressed him to her chest. She exclaimed, "I like it. I will put it on." Then the man called her to herself, saying, "Go here." He decided to put on her hand, decorated with precious stones. The girl thanked her husband, but she had a well-founded question when she looked at the bracelet. How to remove it? Edric explained that this will require a special tool. If you want to remove the bracelet, contact me. The girl was surprised to look at Blondin in front of her, wide open. She didn't know what to say. Finally, the brunette still said, "Of course." She cautiously tapped the bracelet, thinking, "He does not interfere with me." The girl's look wandered around the room, and she thought, "The bracelet does not interfere." But still, Blondin swirled and said, "Halloween is already on the nose." The girl said with surprise, "I didn't know. Tomorrow night in the village, there will be a festival. Do you want to leave?" he asked. The girl at that moment has already begun to imagine the celebration. Heza thought, "In Korea, I never celebrated Halloween, but there will be so much interesting here. Maybe it's worth inviting him?" However, Blondin interrupted her as if she guessed that she wanted to offer. "Unfortunately, I'm busy and I can't come," he said. But here a man with blue eyes smiled, barely blinking a tricky look. His hair easily fell on his face. Then the man said, "Even if so, sure you will spend a good time anyway." And then the night came. The girl received a message from Yuanani, who was already waiting for her on the holiday. She asked for a girlfriend to hurry to join. Jean thought, "What a joy that Jugan Oni is currently free. As soon as I come, you should not forget to buy Gullivan accessories." The brunette sat in the car, glanced on the road. "I haven't got out of home for a long time, ever since I settled in the castle." She looked at the castle from afar. "It is so huge that I did not even notice how suffocating it there." Then she opened her eyes in surprise, plunging into reflections. Did I really live in such a place all this time? They went a deserted road where there was no one but them. It was already evening. The mountain landscape illuminated the lanterns. The black car raced away from the Lindert castle, as if trying to escape from the invisible threat. With every second, the distance between them increased rapidly. But suddenly the car stopped sharply. It happened quite unexpectedly, and the girl was surprised by the loud sound. However, the brunette looked at the lanterns switched off, which until recently illuminated the night road of the city. A girl with brown eyes asked, "Why did we stop?" And in her head thought, "Why did the streetlights go out?" The brunette was barely able to say, "What happened?" It seemed as if everything around instantly drowned in solid darkness. With fear in the eyes, the girl stared in the mirror of the rear species of the car, where she only opened the sight of dazzling linen of the driver's hair. The girl felt even more frightened, opening her eyes wide. She made her feel as if her heart had stopped for a moment. There is no time left. She rushed to the belt trying to get out of the car. Something clearly went wrong. The girl expanded her eyes even more as if realizing her complete hopelessness. Her hair has broken. Suddenly, the girl screamed and began to fight desperately, clinging to life with the last strength. "No! Release me!" The brunette desperately tried to escape from the strong hands of the kidnappers, trying to open the door of the car to escape. But suddenly, she opened his brown eyes wide and frozen, unable to move. The girl felt as before, her eyes everything was blurry. She focused on her eyebrows, trying to overcome the inner struggle, but everything was in vain. And in a moment, the girl fell on the floor of the car and there was an empty syringe nearby. At the same time, one man, admiring, gathered a weapon and fired from it. It seemed that this activity brought him great pleasure. "Sit in a chair," Blondin said. "Not bad." Again, he did not hold his weapon on the target. But suddenly he paid attention to a new message that appeared on a special tablet. She went east, in the direction of Bergen. Marin reported it, tracking the movement of the car of Jian. He finally made his move, said Edric, smiling gently as if he had been pleased with the abduction of Yen. Valentine is cowardly and cautious. It became more difficult. I worried that I would have to change the plan. He discovered information with this opinion, but fortunately everything develops according to the plan, said with a smile a man with blue eyes sitting back into the chair. From the tube of the old landline phone, voices were heard. The fair-haired man listened carefully. A fair-haired man stated, "Marin, I'm going to go." He was told to him, "An ambulance and a lawyer is ready." He added a few more instructions, and with these words he put the phone. Barely blinking blue eyes and frowned with white eyebrows, the man plunged into reflections. However, the man smiled freely like a predator. He was ready to put on the prey. He noticed something interesting. He was called Valentine, whom he had just thought of. This caused a man not a hidden smile. The man was in his club at that moment where people danced, entertained, and celebrated Golovin in a variety of ways. Valentine smiled happy when Blondin finally decided to answer the call. He felt like a winner. Edric asked with anxiety, "The wound on his hand no longer bother?" Then he added, "It was necessary to shoot again." And he thought, what about the leg? In the end, Valentine dared to say, "I'm from the owner now." Edric, collecting cartridges, listened carefully to his words. Valentine suggested, "We plan to play games. Want to join?" Edric thought for a minute. "Since there will be a lot of blood, I will better wear gloves," he decided. Blondin immediately asked, "What do you want?" Valentine smiled again, answering, "This is the tone you changed." And here the guy frozen, already in advance enjoying the sweet taste of victory. This is exactly what it started. Then the young man said, "Einburn's heart. Let me see what it is, Graf." Blondin lifted his eyebrows in surprise. It is a weapon that Einburn created in secret, is not inferior to nuclear in power. She is too dangerous, he thought. Of course, this can only be rumors. Blondin also thought so, admiring the screen of his phone. His face was ill with a smile. Then the man, covering the tired blue eyes, frowned his white eyebrows. He exhaled hard. "He just doesn't," Blondin said, looking at the room. "Bring it lively to me. And do not forget the drawing," the guy responded. "Or I will let this bitch in a circle," Valentine said. And at that moment, the blonde reached out to a sharp knife. Valentine was surrounded by my people who, without delay, report every movement. Blondin imagined this constant path. They are ordered at any price to cut off Valentina's head if necessary. The situation is under control, but still the soul wraps the unpleasant burden, he thought. And then Valentine continued, "It is better not to play with my nerves. Everything is now in your hands. Come to Bergen." Then the blonde put his hand in a black glove to his forehead and at the same time grabbed a charged gun. He smiled ridiculously, smoothed his hairstyle, and said, "I should be there as soon as possible," until his head was rotating. After a few moments, the white car was already rushing on night roads at maximum speed. The blue-eyed man pressed the gas pedal to the stop, trying to get to the destination as soon as possible. The man is firmly behind the armrest, rushed at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour. His face was full of cold indifference. Only a little wrinkle on the head testified about slight dissatisfaction. Those who seek the weapons of Einburns. Those who want the curse to continue and spill blood. The most affected by those who dream of taking possession of my genes. They simply cannot refrain from this desire, he thought. But from the host, I seem to be mistaken. The Blondin died in the thoughts, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. He was easy to adjust his collar. He remembered how confused when the girl said uncertainly, "Well, I don't really need your semen, not." The guy suddenly grabbed the edge of the sofa when he began to drain some drop and everything was shaking around. Then the girl trembled. The eyes were filled with tears and she tried to hide them from Blondin. On that day, the young man, relaxing his stuck, watched her. In his look, her figure was reflected. For the first time in life, the soul touched something special. He intended to find out this. How could she get into the forbidden area? The young man was thinking, maybe the castle himself chose it? Did she notice it? The man thought, remembering her insightful brown eyes. But whoever it really may be, it will not affect the path chosen. At that moment, I tried to let her go. The blonde remembered, but she lost her chance. Thought of a blue-eyed man. That evening, he hoped that everything would finally end. Instead of fleeing, she decided to meet. Going closer, she asked, "Will you be able to teach me?" On that day, she was extremely shy, constantly evaded and avoided his gaze. But suddenly, Blondin suddenly came closer and gently put her palm on her head, gently holding her fingers on her hair. The man gently touched her lip, outlining the skills. Jean was not resisted without any power. At that moment, the girl froze on the spot. Her gaze immediately became empty, as if she had flew into the distance. Blondin asked, "Did you see it?" The girl opened her brown eyes wide, watching her husband in front of her, and a strand of hair fell gently on her face. And then the man froze in place, deciding to smoke. He thought. After all, she saw the true essence of the castle. This tiny, seemingly worthless woman is my lifeguard. The blonde thought, painting in the imagination the image of a young, charming girl. Rugen is still looking for someone who is able to remove the curse. Apparently, having learned such news, he would have jumped out of joy, he thought, but I decided to remain silent. This is just an assumption, without any serious evidence, he thought, sitting on the couch. Other graphs at one time also came across probable lifeguards. Blondin mentioned different such stories. Imaging how he could admire a great portrait of a girl if she became a lifeguard, he plunged into his own dreams. The lovers were trusted with great expectations, but all ended in a tragic death. The paints from the portrait began to be washed away. It's time to have fun with the new toy, Blondin decided. At the same time, his eyes lit up with a burning red fire. Her suffering will be fun for me, he decided, glittering eyes to save her new toy. The man recalled her face again. She always seemed gentle and fragile, and her look, filled with sweet embarrassment, only added charm. But then the thought came, the host behaves unreasonable, considering this monster something slight as a soulless shadow. The man scolded. I brought her father's business to collapse, thought Blondin, remembering the sad face of an elderly man. And for that obsessive guy to break his hand, tortured and shouted with pain, Blondin recalled. I wonder how she would react if she learned about it. The blonde thought. But suddenly he stopped himself. I will definitely return the dead as soon as I come to Korea, the girl thought, lying on his bed with her eyes. He constantly thought that he had to fully seize this woman. This thought did not give him rest, poisoning consciousness. Her joy and sadness should only be born of my will. The man thought, imagining his every emotion. Why did you decide to go back to Korea, the host? The blonde asked, looking away from the road. Before the eyes of Blondin, there was a high building, a club that belonged to that man. It was here that the beloved Graf was located. The blue-eyed man left the car and quickly headed to the building where Valentine was waiting for him. After today, she will be completely dependent on me, the man thought, slightly correcting the black jacket. The next time, I dream of making a little more bold, the man thought with a smiling smile, squeezing a gun in his hands. I wonder how she reacts if I order her to make a blown? His imagination drew what charming she would look like if she perceived this proposal with tears, the man thought. He was eagerly waiting for this moment. Then he smiled and touched his ears with black headphones. Should I play the role of a savior now? The man reasoned, approaching the club, before which the crowd formed. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, a luxury club full of significant and strong guards opened. Here, please, the man said. Blondin followed him into the room, carefully looking at everything around. Numerous guards went next to Blondin, ready to neutralize any enemy or detractor without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, Edric decided to ahead of the guards and go ahead. They intended to express dissatisfaction, but did not decide on it. They just looked for and exchanged nods, understanding each other without unnecessary words. At that moment, it seemed as if the husband's eyes were illuminated with a sinister blue glow. Almost white. Boredom, Blondin thought, watching the people who stood around him and were already going to put his fists. It was not a moment as he grabbed the gun, shrugging it in his hands. There was little time. Then shots were fired and the walls with the ceiling were covered with bloody traces. Drops flew everywhere. On the floor, cold stairs, and everywhere, puddles of blood were formed. It seemed like everything around was flooded with this red nightmare. On the floor are scattered bodies of guards who were previously published by powerful rivals. Now they were lying without motion. One ball hit the head, the other in the chest. There were so many opponents that it was unrealistic to remember each of them. The blonde with an indifferent expression examined them, then hastily wiped blood drops from his face and turned away. The man attached to the headphones and introduced the team. Location. Blood drops still remained on his cheek. Later, the man heard a new instruction. Near the statue on the 5th floor. We are waiting for further orders. Blondin quickly moved up. On the 5th floor, Edric came across the dance area where the atmosphere of the holiday prevailed. People circled in dance, laughing and fun singing, filling the space with joy. The man stood in the center of the crowd looking for a way to a girl with brown eyes. Surprisingly, it seemed that people around him did not notice. Congratulations on Golovin. Look what a suit is, a real killer from Helovin, said the teenagers unexpectedly. However, Edric did not pay attention to them, just passed by. He only slightly raised his eyebrows and then sighed deeply. The guy remained with a sense of voice. The man clung to the railing of the stairs, straining his hands. He sighed several times, he gathered with his forces, and suddenly people sounded. In an instant, fear swept them and panic reigned among the crowd. Attention, fire anxiety, immediately evacuate from the building, proclaimed a voice from a speaker, causing panic among people. But to Blondin, he was indifferent to the fussy crowd. He only neglected his eyes and continued his way against the current. At this point, Edric asked. There was no time left. Before a man with blue eyes appeared a high step that goes up. The man rushed up the stairs with the hope of finding answers there. Meanwhile, the fire alarm subsided. When he came, Edric saw only a cozy room, generously decorated with Golovin. The crowd was not worried to stop their frantic screams. Help was their last chance because the purest horror was reflected in the eyes. People around the building rapidly, although some did not hold on and looked back at Blondin, which, contrary to everything, moved in the opposite direction. Despite everything, the man continued to move forward. His clothes have already absorbed bloodstains. The skeleton, surrounded by pumpkins, stretched in front. The man swirled his blue eyes and then scolded. Determined and focused, he was in a hurry to look at each corner of Valentine's Club. And here suddenly a shot came. The bullet hit one of the guards. He tried to escape, but his efforts were in vain. Blondin did not know the mercy. His shots were struck by all guards and armed people. No muscle moved on his face. A man with an indiscriminate view passed past the corpses and puddles of blood that flooded everything around. Edric did not disturb it. Blondin nodded exhausted and then asked with dissatisfaction, "Didn't find it?" His annoyance was obvious. "Sorry, sir. We're looking." The voice came in the headphones. Meanwhile, Blondin decided to recharge their weapons, just in case. Subsequently, the man looked at the corpses and said, "I will find it myself, and you will do the rest." Blondin moved forward, full of thoughts. His hair broke up and almost all the skin was blooded. It turned on the fire alarm, the man thought, looking around. He thought the woman had to tremble with fear. "Where did you hide?" said the blonde, scattering the corridors in search of at least the smallest trace of the girl. Once in the dark corridor, Edric came across a mess from numerous bags, pumpkins, and scattered chairs. The man noted the bag that he was standing alone by the window, until the city had long been drowned in the dark. After that, the blonde looked at other furniture. Broken boards and a wooden chair were lying around. The man cautiously touched the window, trying to delicately open it. Blondin only slightly spread his lips, breathing hard. The castle was broken. Blondin thought when he stared at the metal mechanism. On the surface, there were clear traces that tried to mask. Then Blondin decided to break the castle with a shot from the gun. A loud, ringing sound came. Blondin again cast his gaze on the night city, illuminated by the variety of street lanterns and shining windows. As the man stepped off the corridor, his white hair suddenly picked up the wind. The facial expression changed. It looked relaxed. The man looked at the girl in front of him. He went out on a small balcony, wide open his blue eyes. He turned to her. "Host." The brunette sobbed, suppressing her knees closer to herself. She all curled up. Her face became red from emotions. She was cold, but when she saw Blondin, the girl stopped trembling. Tears flowed from the eyes. It's the same moment. A passionate, pleading look addressed exclusively by its rescuer. The man thought, reaching out, "It's a moment of truth for me to become one." He thought the blonde, smiling gently. He cheered his eyes. He thought, Now, fascinated, she will probably start talking. However, his reasoning suddenly broke into. The girl hugged him with unexpected force. Blondin was stunned and did not find words. His blue eyes opened wide when he watched his beloved. The girl hugged her lover. It is so cold and scary. I was afraid that no one would come. She stretched even closer to the blonde, which was fixed by side. He listened carefully to her words. However, the brunette confessed, "In fact, it's a lie. I was waiting." She lifted her crying brown eyes on him. She tried to reassure herself with the idea that you would come to save her. She spoke it again, and Edric was silently reflected in silence, unable to say a word. She repeatedly repeated the same words. "I was waiting for you. Waiting." At those moments, the man did not even dare to touch her. Surprisingly, Blondin thought when the girl kissed him suddenly, "I hope it will last forever." 2 hours before, the girl slowly opened her eyes in an unfamiliar environment. Her head was still throbbing from the blow, and the consciousness remained unclear and vague. "Where am I?" Zrania thought when she looked at a small room. Security guards and strangers in official costumes stood around. Club? She swept in her head with the girl when she grabbed her head. Her brown eyes opened widely, reflecting the surprise and misunderstanding of what is happening. How did I find myself here? And how much am I here? The girl thought, trying to see the details of the room. Suddenly, something hit the girl, forcing her to jump sharply. The brunette immediately gripped with deep fear. The karaoke girl opened her mouth wide. Her face is overflowing with unrestrained horror and panic. Valentine squeezed her hand firmly, attracting closer to himself. "Einburn has something I really want to get," he said. "What do you think he will come to save you?" asked Valentine from a puzzled girl who suffered from pain and despair. He pressed her hand even stronger to himself and leaned slightly. "I am sure that it will be," he whispered. There was fun around. People laughed and rejoiced. "Yes, the host?" she asked, open her eyes wide, looking at her husband in front of her. The man swirled his eyes and smiled cunningly. Looking at the girl, he slowly smoked a cigarette. He handed a considerable amount. "It is clear that she has a feeling for me, but it is only a small part of his fortune," she thought. "Can it be compared to important commercial secrets? Would he decide on that for me?" She reflected. The brunette sighed deeply, and in her head it flashed. Of course, it is impossible. She dropped her hands on her knees. The brunette, thinking about plans, looked away. "We need to escape until Valentin realized that I have no value for him." And then the girl with brown eyes was aware of Valentine's forgiveness. He smiled gently and said in a question, "What happened?" The brunette said a little shyly, "I need to the toilet." Valentine, with a slight bored in his voice, asked, "Do you pretend to escape?" The man smiled ominously, and his red hair, framing the sharp features of the face, fell on his forehead. He leaned closer, mysteriously saying, "Is it so fun, isn't you?" "You are not scary?" At this point, Valentine sprang, as if from his point of view, reservations were read. The whole room seemed to be dark. Then the man, with a look at the desire, looked at her body carefully without even lingering on his face. His look is constantly sliding on the girl's figure. He said, "Your clothes are so interesting. I wonder what happened if you were walking here in it." The man got the packaging of the pill and turned to the girl. "Well, if you think you can escape. But if you do not have time to escape, I will force you to swallow one of them," Valentine said, bringing the pill almost to her lips. Suddenly, a small hinged box was opened before her eyes. The girl was surrounded by a lot of guards who did not allow her to take any extra step. She stopped in place. There was nowhere, and to ask for help, no one. "Isn't there a way out?" she thought, walking after her husband. "What do I do?" She thought the brunette, her brown eyes repulsed deep hopelessness, widely open in despair. But here her look stopped on a pink button, and at the same time in the head of karaoke, brunette an idea was born. The fair-haired guy stood in front of the toilet door and announced, "We came." His gaze, full of surprise, rose to the girl. The girl's hair began to flutter in the wind. The guard, trying to say something, said in a hurry, "Hurry!" She managed to slip past the guards and reach that important button. The panic was just needed. Suddenly, the girl pressed on the red button. In an instant, the air pierced the roar of sirens. surrounding with deceptive confusion on their faces, did not understand what was happening. Some were surprised, while others rushed to the exit. The red signal caught fire. Suddenly, the alarm announcing, "Attention, leave the building immediately. What to do now after I arrange such a stir?" The girl thought, standing in the middle of the crowd, rushing. She was engulfed by fear, but suddenly the cries were sounded. "Avoid panic! Gap it immediately." One of the guards still noticed a djinn. The girl realized it is necessary to run immediately. Panic around mixed all thoughts in her head. Rather, run and don't look at. The girl flashed in her head when she was racing away from the stirring crowd. Behind her, without being behind, the security guard rushed. Then they shouted, "Rather, you found it?" Check that part. Dark spots were chasing the girl's eyes. The girl's gaze was again filled with fear. She turned sharply to the sound of voice. "There is no one here." "Move faster." The girl's gaze lingered in the evening city. She came to the window to better inspect the surrounding area. Through the girl, the lock on the door failed. She tried to hide it, but in a hurry, she failed. She went out to a small balcony, breathing hard. Watching what is happening below, the girl conceived, "I will leave this place when everything will calm down." The girl dropped on the floor, hugging her knees. The breaths were heavy and thoughts flooded the mind. It was cold and her gaze darkened. The cold rushed to the bones. Loneliness enveloped. There was no one around. The girl delved into her thoughts, even though the enlivened city. At that time, the brunette remembered how she was still a very young child once on the street. How persistently knocked on the window. Then she sobbed without stopping, unable to master herself. She begged her to return home, knocked her fists on the door. Then she begged, "Please open the door." Even now, remembering that moment, her heart was squeezed with pain. No matter how much I begged, no one came. A trembling girl was thinking about all strength. She hugged herself firmly, trying to find comfort. A cold sweat flowed from the girl's face, and the trembling did not disappear. The brunette watched with surprise. At this point, the girl realized, "I can't breathe. We need to run away." She tried to leave the balcony, desperately trying to break the castle. And then she was again engulfed in the fatal day when she had to spend the night on the floor under the door, squeezing her knees. She cried again and begged her home. The tears flowed on her cheeks. The breath was heavy. She choked. She desperately beat the window, calling, "Please let me go." However, no sound was heard in response. Everything was silly. The girl bent knees, pressing the window, trying to restore her breath. She was so tired that she almost lost consciousness. Calming herself, the girl repeated that everything would be fine, as it was once. And here she was on a cold balcony again. The girl again began to whisper under her nose, stuck harder. "Yes, everything is okay. You just need to wait a little," the girl repeated. "It's not difficult, just a little cool. I want to go back. Can I go back to Edric?" Suddenly, an unexpected voice was heard from above. The girl sharply opened her eyes, struck and surprised. The girl's tears flowed again, though she desperately sought to laugh. She was overwhelmed by the thought. Is it incredible? But is it possible? How did it happen that you are here? Thought the girl with brown eyes, looking carefully at the blonde in front of her. Her eyes shone with surprise and admiration. The man smiled gently with her, reaching for help. In her eyes, he seemed special, almost charming. And the girl pulled out her hand, holding on her last hope in this chaotic world. Karaoke brunette rushed into the arms of a blue-eyed man who froze with surprise. "It is cold and creepy here," said the girl in a trembling voice. The thought went in her head. Her heart seemed to break. And then the girl said, "I was afraid that no one would appear. I was waiting." She hugged him, thinking only of this man. "I like me. I love you. He does not need these words and feelings, but I can't not love him," she thought. And the girl fell on Blondin's shoulders, not even paying attention to blood spots on his clothes. Considering the brunette's face, Blondin realized that she had disconnected. It even surprised him a little when he watched her. Then Edric Einburn swirled his blue eyes, carefully studying his beloved face. The wind was gently playing with his hair, he thought. The appearance was not better. Did I really want it to end? It is not even funny to remember Faust's words. Blondin decided to erase the traces of tears from her face. He wondered, do I really like to see her unmoved face covered with tears? Blood. He flashed in his thoughts when he looked at his hand. The gaze became cold again as steel and alienated. He removed his glove with his teeth because his second hand held the brunette's body firmly. Then the man continued to move forward, taking the girl with him. The glove was on the floor, left unnoticed. The guy touched the girl's cheeks again, gently stroking her. His view was full of concern to it. The owner looks the most beautiful when he cries in his bed, the man thought, staring at the night city. They soon got to the castle. Greta gently hugged the girl while Edric said, "Take her in my rooms." "Cleaning is left," Blondin said, surprising the older woman. Her eyes were widely revealed from surprise, and she was already getting ready to ask something. The secretary carefully asked, "Are you okay?" Instead, the man only wrinkled and turned away from her. The blue-eyed man asked with annoyance, frowned his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" he thought. Still passed smoothly. Although the plan has undergone several minor changes, the result exceeded all the expectations. He felt trust in him, and it warmed his soul. The old woman looked and said quietly, "Give it, this is my mistake." Her lips rolled into a thin line. Blondin took his eyes for a moment, thinking, is this because I have not destroyed it yet? Greta, full of pity, looked at Jane. "What about Valentine?" finally asked the secretary, and Blondin replied immediately, "He will be here soon." And this is really the case, because in a few minutes, Valentine appeared on the threshold, and behind his back were armed people. The man's face did not express any emotions, only a vigilant, unwavering look directed at them. The karaoke man exclaimed with the strength that even the veins on his face became noticeable from a storm of emotions that raged inside. But suddenly, only a few seconds, the guy hangs a threat. His allies aimed at him. "He was called," Valentin asked. "Since it?" To which Edric replied, "It is quite natural to support the one who pays more." A man with brown eyes began to shake his hands with anger and fear. He was so confused that he could not even move. And here the man suddenly swayed, lifting his gaze into the sky. He felt his eyes begin to be filled with tears. Valentine aimed a gun on Jian and exclaimed again, "What really is Einburn's heart? What is the hell that's?" he asked, sending a gun to a girl who lost consciousness. However, a blue-eyed man simply waved his hand. The ironic look emitted a mockery, and a treacherous smile played on his lips. But then Blondin suddenly turned and, neglecting the secretary and a girl, quietly moved sideways. Valentine was absolutely not ready for such events. Einburn's heart. "This statement should be understood literally," said Blondin, approaching a frightened karaoke man. The man came closer to the girl, preparing to shoot straight in her. Valentine warned, "Don't come closer." Blondine continued to approach closer and said, "You offended Count Einburn." The man approached the girl, getting ready to shoot straight into her. Valentine warned, "Don't come closer." And then the guy, almost erected to press the hook, was prepared to shoot from the gun. But at the last moment, he still hesitated. And suddenly, the man's gaze became different. Only blue eyes were enough for Valentine to fall on the floor in agony. A man with bright red hair began to tremble, staring at the boy in front of him. His face distorted grimace. He clenched the gun in his hand, but this only increased trembling. His body did not obey, and he could not take himself. Then the man with Gluck threw a gun, and he flew to the floor. Fresh drops of blood appeared on the floor. A man with bright red hair trembled with fear, hurriedly studying the boy's gaze in front of him. His face was distorted by the experiences. "Did you really think of feeding it?" the blonde exclaimed, pulling Valentine's tablets. And then Blondin swept the mouth of his enemy where the blood was already flowing from. He tried to resist, and then Blondin determined his enemy's mouth, from where the bloodstreams had already made. He was desperately trying to resist. "It looks as if she had also fallen into the eye," Blondin said with a smile. "Probably you do not restrain the desire to touch her." "You want her passionately?" said a blue-eyed man, squeezing the face of a caraboy even stronger. And then the man emphasized, "The host belongs to me, Valentine." He stood over him, hanging with his authority, and immediately, a few seconds, another pathetic corpse appeared under the feet of Blondin. Blondin wondered, "I didn't kill him yet." Why was Valentine so excited? Probably he swallowed too much ecstasy at a time. Blondin, walking past the body, stopped in thought. Does he have any problems with reason? In any case, we will wrap it in a legend. All this time, the girl spent in bed of her husband. She slept firmly, not wanting to wake up. The girl was silent in her sleep. I don't like it. Something big and warm. Something like that. And here, unexpectedly, the girl's lips touched the blonde. Then the brunette reflected. Do not allow to freeze. The man kissed the girl gently, hugging her. He wrapped the brunette closer to himself, and she did not resist. The girl thought. This warmth filled her soul. She reached for her husband's mouth again, not wanting to end this moment. Are you really planning to get involved in every adventure? Suddenly the man asked. The host was extremely surprised. The man laying next to her smiled playfully and said, My name is the owner. He rose, leaning on the elbow. The girl was embarrassed, but Blondin did not stop. Do you need to know who you have to deal with, isn't it? He said in an insignificantly. The hose only lowered the gaze. The girl touched Blondin again. She carefully took him for the cheek. The man frowned, but succumbed to this gesture. The girl wondered, her eyes as if carved out of ice, but they still do not get cold. This is the view of the one who always gives warmth. The girl touched the male cheeks again, gently putting his face on the pillow. The brunette shone with joy. Finally, she addressed her husband. Edric. Blondin has frozen, watching the brunette under him. At first, he could not pronounce words, frozen on the spot. The girl gently continued to caress his face, but then the girl kissed him again, and he only rejoiced it. Responding to her feelings, he fully indulged in the moment. They continued the kiss, plunging into an increasing depth of this moment. The girl in her thoughts told herself, a little more, a little. She hugged the guy, wrapping him warmer. A window was opened in front of the girl, through which a bright sunlight, which had already filled the room, penetrated. The girl slept sweetly in her crib, gently covering her eyes. Her hair was a little cleared, and his cheeks were shone with a healthy blush. Then the girl opened her eyes, thinking, what a wonderful dream was. She tried to remember him. Suddenly, a blonde appeared in front of the girl, who, like her, slept nearby, closing her eyes. The girl was in his arms, but on her wrists visible mysterious black bracelets. He lay so close, wrapping it in his warm, romantic embrace. The girl did not expect such a turn and felt astonishment. What does it mean? The girl thought, noticing that her hands were tied and a collar was flashing around her neck. First, shackles. She thought the brunette looking at her tied hands. Her gaze remained blurred. Her arm was stopped by a man with blue eyes. She stopped instantly, pressing her palms against herself. And suddenly he forced the girl to kneel before him. Her eyes reflected a feeling of confusion, and a bad smile appeared on the man's face. Then Blondin asked, barely sliding his eyebrows, What, you can't handle it? Maybe help you get it? And here the man smiled widely, answering the girl's questions. She asked why he did it. Why tied? Then the girl turned her gaze to the chain that stretched from her collar to bed. The man smiled and asked, Don't remember? And then, after a moment, the Graf with blue eyes lifted the girl from his knees, putting her on both legs. And here the girl was on his knees. She was already going to outrage, but Blondin only smiled happy. The man leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear, Yesterday you begged for you to be allowed to do it and lick it. The man gently touched the hair of a woman, gently stroking her back, and said, I promised that today I would let you do a mini-met. Then the blonde touched her sophisticated back again, once again feeling her softness. Straight hair was easy, and yet you did not want to listen anything, Blondin recalled. The girl was very surprised, even, you can say, frightened. After all, I tied you, Blondin insisted. The girl imagined how everything happened. It seemed as if the girl wanted to escape from shame. She was very scattered, covering her brown eyes. But suddenly she touched her lips, plunging into thought. How much did I kiss him? That my lips swelled so much. The man asked, So now you don't want it? The girl answered, Well, not quite. I meant, Blondin wondered, Is this often happening? The girl cut off with indignation. But in any case, she thought, it wasn't a nightmare. For the first time, I could not distinguish a dream from reality. This is already repeated for the second time, she remembered, and both times he was side by side. The girl looked thoughtfully into the distance, slightly red and with a stunned face. I only behave with you so much, Edric. I don't even know why, said the girl, trying to understand her own feelings. In response, the man just smiled mysteriously. Then Blondin touched the girl's waist, as if repeating her words again and again. Only with me, you say? He suggested, let's spend it together today. We should take the day off. To which she replied, it is necessary to examine the territory. The man cautiously touched his phone, on the screen of which only time and several unread messages were displayed. He recruited the room and reported, close the gate. Say that the castle is closed for a week starting from the Day of All the Saints. Or say it is for security reasons, Blondin said, then turned to the Maza. Now you can rest. The brunette added, I need to contact the guys from the laboratory and from Yunani. She was waiting for me yesterday. I have already contacted her. Everything is fine, Blondin said, adding, I also talked to Valentin. We were all governed. Blondin insisted that his request was quite ordinary. I lost nothing, so don't say it, he said. The girl wondered, if he came personally to save me, then the matter is strictly confidential. Edric said, I was worried. She tilted her head, catching her eyes with her brown eyes, slightly scolded and packed through the gentle words. But then she asked again. And yet, could you take it out of me? Blondin asked. Does it hurt? He asked. She replied, no. The man said, it looks very much, so why not leave all of us as is? She asked interestedly, do you like it? And at that moment, the man jumped his eyebrows and turned away from the girl, saying, I'm a little bit. Suddenly, the man leaned closer to the girl's face, opening his mouth wide. She expanded her eyes in surprise and froze. The man confessed, I was worried. I have been close to me too early. That is why I must keep everything under control. If it depended on me, I would keep you bound always as it is now. But it won't happen. The man insisted. Well, if it causes you inconvenience, I will take off, said the guy. She thought, he was already sure that I would not run away. And at the same moment she kissed him. She replied, although I can't stay in bed all the time, but I would like to do what you like. He replied, you know what I really like? The girl suggested, crying? The young man with a smile said, you're at risk playing with fate. The guy asked, do you know what I like? The girl suggested, crying? The young man with a smile said, you're at risk playing with fate. The girl gently touched his cheek, slowly stroking her while pouring a blush. As for the young man, he remained adamant. However, Blondin was the first to interrupt their kiss again. The girl did not resist, only surprised she looked at him. Then Yunin gently touched her chin, gently ran a hand on her face. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy with blue eyes asked, do you cry for me, the owner? His smile barely shone when he looked into the girl's eyes. So let's try a little more spicy, suggested a man, removing a mysterious box. He took out a small pink object of oval shape and lifted it to the girl's lips. Then he carefully put his girl in his mouth. She blushed, pinching one eye, feeling embarrassment. The man also approached her, blinking both eyes. The girl, in response and surprise, expanded her, and then the man kissed the girl carefully while playing with that pink little thing. The girl has sparkled even more. The man gently pulled her out of the girl's mouth, kindly addressing her. The brunette with confidence conquered him. The girl looked really charming and implicitly. Her eyes were slightly swollen by fatigue. He looked at the situation in the room. The man turned to the girl and ordered, slide the legs. After that, the man nodded and his gaze became vague. He made the impression of extraordinary focus and absolute confidence, but suddenly the girl almost screamed, grabbing from the place. She tried to close her eyes. The man looked intently at the girl with his cold, as if icy ice, with her eyes. His white eyebrows are low. The man watched the girl's movements with curiosity, swinging his eyes and smiling widely. The girl also blushed, and it seemed as if her eyes were filled with tears. Lying in bed, the host with a happy smile thought, it seems that now I understand a little better what he likes. The gray walls of the castle seemed even more rigorous and ominous. She realized that this place was a dominant residence. The girl's fingers quickly and skillfully ran along the laptop keyboard. Focused on the text, she completely plunged into work. After the djinn closed her eyes, she stretched tiredly because the long seat in one pose before the laptop was sustained. Her gaze stopped on the window, and the Kaza thoughtfully said, "In winter, it rains as frequently as in the summer in Korea." And then, upset, she thought that even in such circumstances, Jin would not allow herself to be kicked at Lindurk Castle. However, the girl could not focus on work. Her gaze attracted a phone that lay nearby. Edric gave her a new mobile phone after she lost her when the host was dragged to the club. And again, she realized with sadness that her debt was only growing. A bracelet, 1,000,000,001. The relationship between Jean and her bride was not too good. He continuously refused to meet her. Looking at the screen of the phone, the host covered an unknown excitement. She intuitively felt that something was wrong here. He may think Jian is going to seek help, so he tries to alarm her. Maximum delicacy problems should be solved to avoid uncomfortable moments in the laboratory. Suddenly, her face changed instantly. If it was peaceful, now the host was frankly surprised. Her hand, which held the mouse of the laptop, slowly reached for a phone that lay in just a few centimeters. Accumulating into the screen of the phone, Jian unexpectedly thought about why Valentine so surprisingly responded to the nickname of the host. She tried to recall the preschool comments about the nickname given to her by Edric during their first meeting. The girl launched a translator and introduced the word heziness in letters, because it was the first thing that she thought. And as the result appeared, the host quietly exclaimed, blushing from a strange translation. The name Hensnay, translated from the German, meant bunny. The imagination of the girl was fascinated by touching fantasies. At that moment, she immediately remembered how Edric invented her nickname. "Your name is Jean? It would be appropriate to call you a hose." His suggestion with a smile sounded. Then the girl, without knowing anything, just agreed. "You can call me as you want." Suddenly, she was engulfed by an unbearable shame when she remembered every moment when the Earl addressed her with this sweet nickname. Moreover, Edric still calmly calls her a master, fully aware of the meaning of the word. He called it so openly, before people who know German and, without a doubt, understood the whole meaning. But suddenly, quite inappropriate, the phone rang. It made the girl get away from her embarrassment for a moment. The interlocutor first greeted and then said, "I missed you incredibly, so I decided to call." From an unexpected call and even more unexpected confession, the host has sparkled even more than before. After some pause, Jean, after all, sincerely answered her interlocutor. "I missed you too." The conversation was natural, and thanks to this call, the girl was finally able to relax and openly express everything that was in the soul. Although they communicated for a long time, the girl felt as if only a few minutes had flashed from the beginning of their conversation. Laying the phone, the girl got up rapidly and exclaimed, "Cute clothes are urgently needed." It took a little time before she cautiously caught the door of the room and looked out. Edric was waiting for her already at the door. His surprise was noticeable when he saw a girl, as if he did not expect to meet her there. Jean tried to look as nice and casual as possible, smiling a little embarrassed. The man gently took her hand and said, "How charming you are. I hurried to you right after the meeting." In his words, the girl gently replied, "Thank you very much, Edric. You look particularly charming today." The self-satisfied smile came to the mouth of the lord of the castle. Undoubtedly, such an answer was fully satisfied. Jean began to mutter something uncertainly, and finally she added, "I was looking for the meaning of the word host." Edric asked impatiently, "And what's next?" To which the host, quietly murmuring and awful, finally added, "It means a bunny." Mr. Einborn replied, unmoved, "I thought you immediately understood it." Without waiting for the answer, he gently asked his companion, "Do I have to use another appeal?" The girl tried to stop her husband, although her voice trembled from embarrassment. "No, I did not mean it," she assured. Hearing these words, Edric leaned to her and quietly, with delight in his voice, whispered, "And now I would like to kiss you." A bunny. Jian was even more blushed from his words. Because it is not possible to betray when you are considered special? Finally, the master, now with more determination in her voice, she said quietly, "It seems to me that this is a really great idea." And then Edric attracted the girl closer, gently hugging her and fiating her lip with a kiss. Their bodies merged into a gentle touch. The fusion of breathing created a new rhythm, and the heart was beating faster. filling the moment with a sweet feeling. This kiss was simultaneously gentle and passionate. Their tongues were intertwined as a whole, and the cheeks of both flooded. When they removed from each other, Edric smiled cheerfully and asked Jen, "Do you want to go to the lake with me?" The girl gladly followed her husband, traveling through the colonnade. When the man wondered why the girl constantly chooses only hamburgers, the master began to justify. When she was asked if she loves sandwiches, Jean said with a smile, "Of course I love, but the hamburgers are much tastier." At that moment, she felt true happiness, which she once felt only near her mother in a distant childhood. Then Jean proudly stated that hamburger is the simplest food, inexpensive but extremely satisfying. At the end, the girl added with laughter, "I have enough money for other food, but I still choose hamburgers." It caused a smile from Edric. He was completely fascinated by this girl and did not try to resist such development of events. Suddenly, the master stopped sharply and looked at her husband with a wonderful expression, as if she saw something incredible. She saw a gentle smile, devoid of artificial notes of compassion, on the face of a person who was previously indifferent to everything. A surrounding couple, fascinated by each other, rustled the golden autumn of the lady, giving the moment a special charm. They were constantly moving forward, enjoying a unique atmosphere. But first of all, a charm of mutual presence. Jian, with a light movement, filled her hair by her ear, opposing a gentle spring breeze who sought to play with her curls playfully. And suddenly, Edric gently said, "We came." The girl's eyes were wide open, and she saw something unspeakably beautiful. The girl exclaimed with surprise, passionate about the unsurpassed beauty of the landscape. She surrendered to emotions. In front of her spread the fascinating surface of the lake, which sparkled silver under the soft autumn sun. Count Einburn said, looking at the distant horizons behind the blue lake, "This place was extremely liked by my parents." This prompted Jean to think about what kind of people Edric's parents were and about the possible tragedy of their fate. How to reassure her husband. After all, everyone, even he, needs compassion is needed. But Count Einburn, ahead of the girl, and while maintaining complete peace, suggested, "What about transporting your mother to Germany?" Then, smiling, added, "It would be great if you studied here. Of course, I will take all the costs." He looked carefully at the djinn, still smiling sweetly, and asked, "Are you going to leave me for yourself?" After thinking, the girl turned to the Count. "I need to think about it. Even if I stay here in Germany." And with a clear sadness in her voice, she continued, "In the end, one way or another. But in the future, I will definitely return to Korea." The man is concentrated and with some hostile to the girl. The prospect clearly did not please him. After a short pause, Count Einburn gently asked, "Do you mean what happens in 2 years?" Jean was confused because it was Edric who constantly reminded her of the inevitable parting that had been waiting for them in 2 years. She asked timidly, "Are you angry?" A man with a seeming indifference asked, "I?" With an ironic smile, but already much more confident and with anger, he added, "Well, why me merge? It's so obvious." And the Earl, approaching the Maza almost close, asked at ease, "Are you still engaged?" The hose awakened. "No. I have to inform him of the break, but he constantly avoids me." After a small pause, she added, "I want to finish it as tactfully as possible. I will try to contact him again." However, the man suddenly spoke horrible with insidious notes of voice. "Do you want me to remove him from your path?" Then he smiled, smiling, meeting her gaze. The girl, surprised, asked. The host hoped that she just heard something wrong, but the suspicious smile of the Count was convinced the opposite. She stood in indecision when the Earl suddenly made a proposal. Why not invite him to the castle? This idea seemed worthwhile to her, but at the same time she wondered, will Kvan Usak be attached to such a proposal? Edric, without losing a smug, almost ominous smile, said confidently, "She will come if I call." The evening streets of the wealthy city district glowed with lights of luxurious estates, among which the premises of Yukon stood. Meanwhile, Yukon, with barely wet hair and tired eyes, went to the laptop after her shower. The girl wondered that first it was worth ordering the data and then contacting Jen. In her eyes, the joy of her girlfriend shone, and a warm smile appeared on her face until she looked at the laptop screen. The girl was genuinely rejoiced in Jen because she found her perfect couple in Edrich. Gianna is smart and she has great achievements in research. However, unfortunately, she was not happy with the boys. Yukino often witnessed the unsuccessful romantic stories of the Kage. So over time, she began to call these situations Dokasal. However, when Count Einburn appeared instead of Kwan Usak, the Yukon began to suspect that her girlfriend had again stuck in history with another scoundrel. However, later, thanks to many factors, the Yukon gradually began to change her mind. In part, this happened because in addition to the burgers, they serve healthy food, but she also receives her clothes well-known brands. And it was just one of the numerous evidence of the true love of the Earl for Jane. One day, the master, as always, enjoying the burger, accidentally dropped him to the ground, and this led to completely unexpected consequences. A whole flock of maids flew into the room, who immediately rushed to the girl with a concerned question. "Miss, were you not injured?" At that moment, Yukin felt as if she were in some popular domra where her girlfriend played the main role. And in a moment, the maid brought a new burger while girlfriend Jean watched all this action. The host, overflowing with joy, exclaimed, "It's just wonderful, though. Let's try it as soon as possible." At that moment, Yukin seemed that her girlfriend was behaving as if he had long been married. This graph is in no way inferior to Von Usak, but the girl was very interested in what thoughts he had about their engagement. It was here that Yutnon brought his phone call, and she looked at the screen in surprise. From the phone came, I'm Greta Marin, Mr. Einburn's secretary." This unexpected call caused confusion in Yukon, but Greta further reported that Mr. Einburn intends to invite the Lindrick Castle. After the words, "Miss Chav Yukyon, I hope you will come," the girl did not resist and exploded with a passionate exclamation. A gorgeous hall with exquisite furniture bathed in the light of numerous candles that were placed in a huge chandelier on the ceiling. The high-profile steps went across the parquet. People came into the hall, and there were several. He was a professor with the bridegroom, Kwan Usok. A lived man addressed Miss Jian. Kwan Usok stayed behind when the professor came closer and said with a smile, "What a happiness to meet you." It was noticeable that he was uncomfortable. His gaze wandered around the room every now and then, as if looking for something unknown. Finally, the professor turned his gaze to the Count and gladly greeted him. "Thank you very much for the invitation." The graph? Instead, he met a harsh look that pierced to the bones. Edric's appearance instilled in the heart only fear. This cold attitude was a surprise, so the professor slowed down for a moment. But suddenly, Mr. Einburn, he reached out to him, instantly changing on his face so that it was difficult to recognize him. His smile was wide, but at the same time seemed false. Then he said, "Thank you for visiting the castle." In turn, Jean felt embarrassment, standing behind the Count and silently watching a prominent politeness. The girl was thinking about herself. Kvan Usak could not understand why he was invited for dinner, but the professor was delighted with this opportunity. It should take this opportunity to finally break this hated engagement with him. The girl would be much calmer if her girlfriend could come on a tour next to her, but unfortunately, her girlfriend did not work. It was a lot of junction because without a girlfriend, she could not collect all the necessary courage. Even the passionate comments of the respectable professor could not distract the girl from these annoying thoughts. And here the Count said, "You cannot hurry to look around, and I have to leave in business. I will return to lunch." The professor said with a smile, "Of course, we understand it. You have your own things. Thank you for your care for us." Marin's gaze, directed toward Jean, was a great concern because he had nothing kind to be in it. Deep in the soul, the girl felt something terrible, but could not grasp what exactly. Then the maid said, "Let you know when you finish dinner, and we will organize a tour of the castle for you." She added, "You are not allowed to be in the forbidden zone without accompanying, and shooting photos and videos is forbidden." Meanwhile, the girl thought, "Are they really worried about me, and maybe it's just my imagination?" Before you go, Marin said goodbye. "Delicious evening and a pleasant appetite." First-class dishes were shown on plates in front of the research group. The professor's face glowed with admiration. He looked carefully at each of the exquisite dishes, not believing in the luxury that opened before him. However, Jean's face did not correspond to the overall mood. It remained concerned. She looked nervously on all sides, as if looking for something or someone, and suddenly the man asked, "Hanjian, the style of that picture seems to me." The girl, keeping full calmness, replied, "Yes, Professor, I heard that it was Meng's works." The man suddenly jumped, shouting, "Incredible! Meng's canvas in the dining room, I have to look close." Of course, the girl was not able to forbid him to do so, but her anxious look clearly expressed anxiety with this situation. Jian did not give rest. Where did the whole servant go? The dishes have long been taken out, even the dessert was served, but the situation remained mysterious. Lindert Castle is not a place where foreigners can be freely unattended. Suddenly, Jean heard the sound that recognized at once. It was a sincere defender of the camera that photographs her. She raised her head sharply. A professor who, without any reproach, took a picture of a picture on the wall. The girl jumped sharply and made him a remark. However, he just waved, saying, "Just tell us a few good words." In despair, she turned to the bridegroom with tears in her eyes. "Please stop the professor." And instead of helping, he suddenly grabbed a Jin by his hand, causing her a lot of discomfort. Then, staring at the girl, he said, "Let's go here. We should talk." No one paid attention to her objection. In the meantime, Lindert Castle became dark. They rose tortuous ladders, and the Jin remained in ignorance of their goal. She tried to escape from his strong hands, trying to stop the Quinn Usok with the words, "Enough." He said with a smile and irony, "What is your facial expression?" "You're too proudly behaving with those who ask you." But Jean denied, "We are not allowed to be unaccompanied here, and I was intended to discuss money." It surprised the Usok Kwan. What could be more important than the money she so needed? However, the guy immediately found an explanation. "It turns out that the graph really gave money. Well, you are happy." A jig. His tongue, like a knife blade, was amazed at the poor. But she had to swallow every word in silence. Meanwhile, Kwan Usok has not stopped saying, "Have you forgotten my advice? How do you think how much time will he take care of you?" But suddenly, Jean noticed that Lindert Castle began to turn into ruins. This resembled the same illusion that the girl had already observed in the forbidden area. She carefully reached out to the wreckage, as if afraid to break the illusion to make sure that it really exists. To a great horror, blood drops appeared on her tender fingers, and that could only mean one thing. Unfortunately, the guy did not notice anything, and, turning annoyed to the girl, asked, "Jean, are you listening to me?" She tried to explain everything to him, but Kwon Usok decided that the girl was just crazy. He did not stop chatting, but Jean stopped listening for a long time. She watched the Usok with horror. It seemed incredible, but the fact that the illusion was reality. Carefully suggested that the guy move to the sofa, because the floor behind him was completely destroyed. But Kwon Usok did not pay attention to her. Slowly retreating back to prove his correctness, Jean tried unsuccessfully to stop her fiancé, but no one paid attention to her. Jean picked up his hand when she felt that he was going on. Jean's eyes opened from horror. Despite all the shortcomings of the Usok, she was stunned by his sudden disappearance. "I warned you," the man exclaimed, but within a few seconds he disappeared into a huge abyss on the floor. The girl immediately reached out to her husband, hoping that she would have time to save him. Her scream broke out loudly. The brunette expanded her eyes in which Usok was displayed. She was engulfed in the moments when he stood right in front of her. Leaning on her knees, the girl with a confusion in her voice turned to Usok Sonbei, holding her hands for the floor and looking into the void hole. But suddenly her body was a fear that made it tremble. Having gained her gaze, the girl began to call Uska Sonbei again and again. She looked at her hand that seemed unnaturally pale. Fresh blood drops spilled near earth. Usok Sonbei rolled up in a puddle of his own blood, surrounded by a variety of stones, old twisted branches. But at once the pain, spilling all over the body, forced Brunette to open his eyes wide. He barely restrained the cry. The girl switched attention to the rest of the building, focusing on the beginning of this ill-fated crack in the floor. Jean struck even harder and, slowly retreating from the crack, said quietly, "We need to call for help." After that, the girl tried to reach the floor, trying to squeeze her words. Her palms were filled with blood. Bitter tears rolled out of the girl's eyes. She lowered her gaze, trying to get together, but suddenly the brunette turned sharply. Her gaze froze in on something ahead, and her eyes became widely open from shock. "Edric," the girl exclaimed with relief when she saw a Blondin. He swirled, looking carefully at her. She stretched a trembling hand. Edric noted, "Didn't I mention that it is dangerous to walk here?" The man looked thoughtfully at the blood flowing in the girl's hand. Hardly lifting his eyebrows, he silently watched how Jean said, while Usok suddenly stumbled. She, in a trembling voice, stuttering, said, "We urgently need to call an ambulance. Can you call help?" And here Blondin got up, surprised to look at the girl in front of him. Jean trembled, lowering the frightened look of the down. The man looked at the girl with such an expression, as if everything around him was not interested. He just watched her, slightly raising his eyebrows. He finally said, "Do you hate him?" The girl, hearing it, frozen, forgetting even her trembling. The brunette faced her eyes on Blondin and repeatedly repeated, "What?" Yes, I hated him, but I didn't want him to death. She expanded her eyes even more, almost whispered, "If you don't like someone, is it the reason—" She could not agree because she felt the tired and annoyed look of Blondin. She could only think about it. To kill? She is barely noticeable. She pulled out from her lover, hiding her hands. Finally, the man found the strength to voice the right words. "The owner, I see it, was upset." His voice sounded cold and removed. "If I knew, I would take care of safety much more carefully." "Sorry," said Edric, and Yin hugged him, but the expression of the girl's face remained unchanged. She opened her eyes wide. She had not even dreamed of breathing. It was strange. The girl looked out the window, thinking about the changes that took place with the castle. She asked, "Why did he change so much?" Edric replied, "It's just an accident." The girl, as if not believing in her ears, thoughtfully asked, "Not, you say?" The man looked at her strictly. The brunette again and again twisted his words in his head, as if trying to find another meaning in them. It seemed to her that time was frozen around her, and suddenly the girl asked Blondin, "How are Valentines doing?" Edric froze in surprise, revealing his eyes wide from surprise. His face seemed to be clouded under a haze of the castle. He gently bowed his head and hurried to answer the girl. "Unfortunately, he is fine," said Edric. The girl, innocently looking at her husband, asked again, and then Blondin suddenly grabbed her hand, talking to her. He covered his eyes a little, examining it carefully. "What is the matter? Want to make sure he is still alive? If so, I can call him immediately," he said. The brunette suddenly was surprised and frightened, exclaiming, "No, no need." Her mood changed instantly. She lowered her eyes and said, "I apologize, I just got lost." The fear was so engulfed that I was looking for whom to blame the guilt. Then she thought, "How can I suspect Edric? Why not someone else but his?" The girl apologized again. However, after a while, a man entered the room, pre-warning, "I go." An elderly man with a cane, dressed in a blue tie, entered the room. White curtains fluttered in front of him. It was a Regensch who looked tired of a person in front of him. His lips compressed firmly into a thin line. He then turned to a fair-haired man who thoughtfully smoked the window. "Mr. Einburn." After a short pause, Rugen decided to ask the question, "Why didn't you kill them?" The fair-haired man exhaled deeply, thinking. Rugen insisted. From the second man, no hair fell. Edric interrupted. "Did you just come for this question?" Blondin decided to smoke again. He thoughtfully looked at the cigarette, barely clapping his blue eyes. He expected she would be happy, but it didn't happen. Having expressed his surprise, he thought. He believed that the master should have rejoiced because of the death of Usuk and Professor. Edric plunged into the thoughts of the owner. It was tormented by so much time. I would never expect it to mention Valentine. Fortunately, she did not feel the need to call. However, it was on the hairs of danger. The difficult trust could be blown up immediately. He was aware of it. In the end, Rugen dared to ask Blondin, who immersed himself in the view, "Did you change your plans through her?" The elderly man shone with a bright smile. In his eyes, a spark of hope was lit, and his cheeks poured a gentle blush. Then the blonde plunged into thought again. "It is impossible to remove the curse, but it is quite real to get genes." Obviously, this is exactly how he thought. He thought, "It is incredible to imagine that 3 more winters, and it will end. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. However, for some reason, I was unknown to me." The blonde reflected, suddenly translating the petals that fell quietly. Suddenly, in the blue eyes, the face of Jean, who was surprised to open her eyes. It is unknown where everything came around, but he did not give long dreams. As soon as he bought the cigarette, he immediately rejected the extra thoughts. Edric stated, "Don't be." To which Ryugen replied, "I serve Einburns." Blondin added, "Not for me, after all." However, Ryugen still decided to say, "After all, you will realize that I was right." Blondin frozen, reflecting the answer. Then Edric Einburn barely waved his hand, calling Rugen to himself. His view clearly reflected the rigor and severity of intentions. The elderly man continued to smile, barely nodding. His gaze has become even more pleased. And at this point, Blondin grabbed a blue tie of an elderly man. At first, he only looked at her carefully. Finally, after a few moments, Blondin said, "I wonder how much I can stand it." The old man watched the blonde, whose actions were surprisingly strange. Ryugen stars motionlessly, opening his eyes as wide as possible. Then Edric wiped a cigarette on a blue tie, leaving a black trace on it. He held Rugen firmly. The blue-eyed blonde raised his satisfied look at the older man, slightly noticeably smiling, and stepped back. Edric stated, "The next time it will be more than just a warning, Rugen." After that, he took the man out the door. Ryugen scored and, without turning, asked, "How are things being moved?" After that, he tilted his head. The situation began to develop unexpectedly. "Is it possible that this time there is a failure?" The man wondered, saying his doubts aloud. However, the elderly woman, focusing, seriously replied, "No." In her eyes, a deep thought was overshadowed, and it seemed that the shadows had enveloped her face. Her gray eyes sank down as if she had plunged into deep reflections. Finally, she came out of the shadow. Greta Marin looked at the lush interior of the castle and thoughtfully said, "I believe this time everything will work out." Subsequently, the city flooded the bright sun, erasing any hint on the shade. The ray played on the windows. The hose said, "I will not be able to take up the study of the Usok territory because we have a lot of time." Her girlfriend replied, "I offered to join another group, but the professor does not want our results to become known." The girl was outraged that it would be good if the professor also broke his foot in the castle. Gina laughed at that, Jen, but suddenly her smile disappeared. With a confused look, her brown eyes lowered as if they had froze in indecision. A dark-haired girl turned her gaze on her hand. Several fingers and palms were wrapped in bandages, she thought. Sonhun has a fracture, and Kavan Usok in a coma. All these events unfolded right before her eyes. Each time I remember these incredible coincidences, Edric's cold gaze appears before my eyes, she thought. A girl with short hair asked, "And with the professor everything is fine?" "With your character, you know." The other girl decided to get back to work, but still replied, "He made a photo in the forbidden area." Kinjin noted that if the professor was published by the photos, then she would have to be responsible for the consequences. However, her friend interrupted her, saying, "You will have to rake this situation." Then she asked, "Wanted to ask you, did you really be bad that day?" The girlfriend replied, "Yes," she stated with relief. "Good not to go. Otherwise, she could be in the hospital." These words forced the Jin to be frightened. Karaoke Girl was constantly repeating, "I hated Usoka, but in my heart it is so difficult from how everything happened." The girl nervously sorted her fingers, starting to speak again. Her thoughts swarm around one. "Let everything go, and he will come to mind." A girl with short hair was surprised to open her eyes as if she were petrified. The girl covered her eyes and said, "I hoped that it would be easier for you. But it does not change the fact that he still remains a scoundrel. And not just a scoundrel, but a real abomination," she insisted. Beijing asked, "What do you mean?" However, the girlfriend did not tell anything. She only said, "Forgive me, Jian," forcing the brunette to ask again. And now, for a while, some car has already come to them. The sky began to tighten the twilight. Hingin was awkward in front of the castle, looking carefully at his majestic walls, bathed in the farewell rays of the evening sun. The girl thought, admiring the ancient castle. His greatness is always striking, and it seems that this beauty has been stored for hundreds of years. Perhaps this is the essence? The girl thought, remembering how the majestic castle stood now in ruins. The girl's gaze like a call. She opened brown eyes wide, staring at something ahead. Edric stood in front of her with several people behind, and, casting an inattentive look at a surprised girl, he seemed not to be concerned about her reaction. Then the blonde rapidly approached her, almost standing close. The girl remained stationary without even dare to move. The man quickly ran a long hair with a junior hair, and she widespread her eyes with surprise. Finally, a few seconds, Blondin spoke to her. "Hazel." The girl's eyes were cloudy. The man's look remained removed and cold as usual. He clenched his lips even more, watching her. He scolded and asked, "Are you afraid of me again?" The girl lowered her head without deciding to meet him. Then Blondin directs blue eyes to the girl, and his pupils narrow, giving the man an unusual appearance. The brunette's gaze was alienated, as if her eyes were not focused on any object. She said, "No, just thought about some things." The man remained silent because he could not find words. He froze in place, just looking at the girl. "I think that today it is better to find another place for the night. But do not understand me wrong, I don't drive you out of the castle," Blondin said. The man smiled and said, "I do not want you to see something unpleasant." He seemed to be trying to reassure her. The girl lifted her eyes on her husband, full of fear. Her eyebrows closed in tension when she looked carefully in the face of a blond man in front of her. The man did not seem. "I have important things tonight." The girl was worried, and then suddenly a sound like a crash of fabric. The man, breaking away from the place, quickly moved away from the girl, leaving her in a state of complete embarrassment. The brunette rushed after him. Expanding her mouth, she intended to say something, trying to grasp his clothes. She shouted, addressing him, "Edric!" But the door slammed right in front of her. She remained confusedly looking at them, the girl frozen in place without deciding to open the door. Behind her back was an elderly woman, quietly watching her. Then Marin politely bowed her head and reached out to the girl, saying, "Let me take you to the hotel." The girl turned. With the eyes of the brunette suddenly poured tears. Emotions literally captured her. But a few seconds later, a bright light shone in her gaze. An old woman slowly closed her eyes. After a long silence, she finally said, "I'm afraid I can't say anything." Soon, the girl with brown eyes was at the hotel. She is already dressed in pajamas. Then the girl grabbed the phone, started flipping through the news and checking the chat. Anxiety was visible in her eyes. She was clearly nervous. The water flowed from her wet hair, and the look again became empty. She felt exhaustion from all events. She remembered his words. "I don't want you to see what you may not like." But in her imagination, his face darkened. His appearance seemed to disappear from memory, leaving only questions. Who is now near Edric? Is he lonely? Then the girl again remembered that day, Guillaume, when she only left to sit and wait for help. On the day when the girl was crying, something that suddenly breathed into her new hope appeared before her eyes. "He came to the rescue when I was trapped alone," the girl thought. Remembering Blondin's face again, the girl thought, "I want to escape." She imagined how to break out of the strong embrace of Edric, screaming loudly, and at the same time, I want to be near him. The girl imagined as they would hug each other firmly again. "What do I do?" said the brunette, squeezing the pink phone. Thoughts of continuously swarmed in her head. Her gaze was overshadowed. She could not relax for a moment. However, suddenly something surprised her. "Marin?" A brunette flashed in her head, which barely noticeably clasped her eyes. She raised the phone above, succumbing to the influx of curiosity. "I apologize for such a late call. I want to know if you have all right?" Marin asked. In a moment, the girl grabbed the sheet firmly, gathering with forces for an important conversation. The girl with anxiety asked, "Something happened to Edric?" She did not even dare to look at the screen. Who is now near Edric? And if something happened to him? She thought anxiously, imagining the destroyed castle. "Please pick me up immediately." "I'm going back to the castle," the girl exclaimed, grabbing his bed quickly. The girl with anxiety asked, "Something happened to Edric?" Her voice trembled and the words flew from her mouth extremely quickly. Who is now near Edric? And suddenly he stayed himself. She imagined him wandering around the destroyed castle alone. The girl exclaimed into the phone, "Please take me away immediately. I'm going back to the castle." Her view was determined. Meanwhile, the black car was approaching a familiar Linderk castle, which was already immersed in the night hugs. She asked the brunette with anxiety, sitting in the back seat of the car, "Where is Edric?" The elderly woman responded with silence. Greta repeated, "He's inside." "I am not sure where exactly. We are not able to see or do anything if the owner does not want it." Then the youth carefully asked, "So I can't even go out?" Greta replied, "You are not like we. You are special without any doubt," the elderly woman said. The girl was surprised, wide open. But after a moment, she opened her brilliant brown eyes. The bangs fell gently on the face. The girl whispered softly, "The castle is again destroyed." Her eyes opened a terrible picture. Huge cracks stretched on the walls of the building. The unexpected black car stopped. The castle stood quite close, but darkness, no hint of lighting. The elderly woman, firmly at the wheel, asked with fear, "Do you really see it?" Her voice trembled with excitement. It seemed that the hands of the woman began to tremble. Greta asked again, "That's why this area was forbidden from the beginning?" Suddenly, an elderly woman said, "Sorry." The brunette was struck by hearing such words from Greta. Ha-Jin left the car, and the elderly woman immediately rushed after her, as if she were playing into a cunning. The brunette was surprised. Hagen was worried about, "Are you okay? Can you go on?" The secretary managed to maintain calm, and she replied, "Yes, everything is fine with me." Then the old woman bowed respectfully to the brunette and asked, "Please take care of Mr. Einburn." Han's gaze suddenly changed, decisive and bold. She frowned and directed her decisive look forward. The girl was able to get into the castle lying in the ruins. Various plants grew around the annoyingly. Jean trembled with cold. To go through the darkness of the old castle was a real test. There was no flashlight nor windows to protect against the piercing cold, she thought. I have no idea where it can be. It's like to look for a needle in the haystack, the girl thought. Despite the cold, the girl continued to look for her lover. And suddenly he is waiting for me? Suddenly the girl was anxious when she, almost with fear, stuck deep into the mysterious castle. A metal rod suddenly appeared before the girl's eyes. She immediately grabbed him. The girl was convinced that he could find him. With these thoughts, she entered the old room. In fact, it was a huge hall decorated with portraits of the former Einburns. The sophisticated stairs stretched around. The girl looked at every corner with fear. Every portrait, afraid to even move. Then she lifted her eyes. The girl walked, delving into thought. Changes in art styles could be guessed that some portraits were created in the Middle Ages. Some portraits have already managed to be covered with various plants and covered with cracks. There were small lanterns in places. All faces look surprisingly young. Whatever the reality, they do not give them more than 40 years, the girl thought. The girl could not explain why it happened. Going down the stairs, she suddenly paid attention to the portrait of Edric. At that moment, she widened brown, shining eyes as if she could not believe her own eyes. "I will die in 35, Blonde said suddenly from the canvas. His gaze became even colder. Then the man smiled brightly and said, "So it remained 2 years. After my death, the contract will lose its power." The girl tried to gather with his strength and expel this vision from her head, after which she rushed away from a terrible portrait. Edric warned, "It is better to spend this night somewhere. What you see may not like you." But the girl first refused his proposal, though Edric called again and again. Her face was barely ill with a smile. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at the white door. She wondered with surprise. A whole door? This stands out against the background of the surrounding picture. After that, the brunette gently pulled the white handle as if fearing that she could accidentally break it. There was a toy teddy bear in the room. Properly closed curtains on the windows successfully hid the daylight. Walking a little further, the brunette paid attention to the baby trolley, next to which many different toys were scattered. In addition, massive bookshelves, carved wooden boxes, and numerous cubes were majestic in the room. The girl was embarrassed. "What's the room?" The girl noted that, despite the antiquity, none of the things in the room was broken. She looked at the various little things around. Suddenly, she noticed Edric, who was mowing in a big chair. With fatigue in his voice, he said, "This is my children's room." Jean was stunned. The girl almost retreated back, but she was stopped in time-cold embrace of white doors. She frozen in place. "I lived here when something human remains in me. I come back here when it is unbearable," he said. "I wonder how you were here," asked the man from what streams of sweat. His blonde hair only emphasized a barely noticeable smile. "You do not listen at all. It is better to stay in the hotel," he said, but Heza denied her desire to be around. "I came because I was worried. Please come back immediately. I still give you an opportunity," said the blonde, still keeping the distance between them. The girl, frozen as Doug, could not even move, only widely revealed her magical eyes. Then the girl slowly began to crush and mint her hands. Its excitement and internal contradictions were manifested externally. The girl continued to stand in the middle of the room. Her gaze gained a serious and tired shade. She scolded a little. Finally, the girl said, "Edric, I'm not afraid." She opened her eyes again, but suddenly broke her words. A few moments, the girl lowered her gaze and said, "No, I'm a little frightened." It became apparent. The girl made a step forward, approaching Blondin and extended her hand. He only looked at her harshly. The girl assured, "It's all right, because you stay yourself." But the man could not calmly look at her extended hand. Blondin said, "The host, you are so naive." His eyes flashed again with a sinister glitter, and the whole world immersed himself in the darkness. At the same moment, the man sharply grabbed her hand and ruthlessly pressed it to the cold floor. The man settled next to her, leaving no chance for escape. She tried to rise, but it turned out to be useless. The man pressed her firmly to the floor, holding his wrist, seemed to hang his figure over her like a shadow. However, the girl did not show resistance, as if the lack of struggle was the only response to this unrighteous force. The man smiled cunningly and asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" His chub is wet, but suddenly her attention was attracted by the familiar look of Blondin. She already knew him well, so she was surprised and at the same time felt anxiety. Once at a time, his look died into it, driving through. It seemed as if at these moments everything was disappearing in the world. Yet, the girl thought, carefully considering the features of a man who just smiled gently, and here a fair-haired man kissed her. The girl remembered her thoughts and realized everything is well because it was Edric. The girl looked again at the toys scattered on the floor, as well as a bouquet of roses standing on the bedside table. Blondin dared to kiss the girl, and she decided not to resist. Her reaction was limited to a light blush when she retreated a little. The guy pressed her tightly to the floor, and the girl tried to push him away, putting her hand on his shoulder. And finally, the blonde lorded, "Undress." The girl was even more embarrassed, while the young man gently kissed her neck. The man smiled lightly, watching the brunette that lay under him. His gaze gained mocking notes again. The girl reached out to him, gently holding his cheek. She thought, "He speaks without any ridicule." The man looked at the girl who was underneath, opening his eyes wide, contemplating the scene. And here the girl, completely opening her brown eyes, almost screamed, scratching from embarrassment. Then the girl began to tremble and difficult to breathe. Her brown eyes opened wide, her face was raging from a red blush, and she almost shouted. The man bit his lip again, and his face was red again, watching the girl's graceful movements. His gaze became blurred. Then the girl turned her gaze to a crib, where children's toys, rose bouquets, and shallow scarves were scattered. Then the man looked at the girl with a strange expression. His gaze combined tenderness with a thirst. Then the girl paid attention to the strap, which the man pulled out at the beginning. Now he was lying on the floor. The girl woke up late. Dark night. A quiet moan of pain broke out of her mouth, and she began to look around. She closed her eyes again and thought, "Why is the whole body so ache?" "There are traces of the bite on the neck," the girl thought. The pillow was surprisingly warm. And suddenly it became clear to her that all this time she had resting, putting her head on a blonde. Only after grasping this did the girl open her brown eyes with surprise. However, she did not remove her hand from his chest. And here the girl heard a male voice. "Don't you sleep, the owner?" She instantly flooded with a blush and felt it cover's sudden fear. Then the girl again turned her gaze to other furniture in the room, trying to distract her attention. And at that moment, Blondin again cast her gaze on her and said, "Like a little more." His eyes emitted warmth and tenderness. The brunette brought brown eyes to Blondin in surprise. Her body was littered with various traces and labels. Then the man said quietly, "Sorry, me." He gave his palm carefully on her head and the girl looked. The young man gently ran his hand on the girl's cheek, continuing the conversation. Drugs were added to the food, so the girl tried to approach him. The man explained, "They are the culprits that I am so passionate about the closeness." Then Blondin said, "The drug was stronger than I assumed, and it was risky. But I survived because you found me." The man did not look out of the girl, carefully studying her reaction to what happened to him. The girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she could not restrain them. Edric gently said, "Don't cry through me." He remembered how the girl hurried behind her husband in a black cloak, trying to find out something important. Her face was full of anxiety. Edric understood everything right away, so he sent me to the hotel. With this thought, the girl turned even more tears. The girl thought, "These are tears for him. He lost the meaning of life, and I cry for him. He is indifferent. Soon the windows are already bright sunlight. The girl was clearly worried about something. The girl with some sadness and regret staring at the mirror, trying to mask different traces on the skin. Now winter, so everything can be hidden under clothes. I will say that the corners of the lips were damaged when a hamburger ate. She flashed in her thoughts. The girl settled on a blue sofa and muttered, Edric is still gone. Is he so busy even on a weekend? Suddenly on the phone received a message from Marin. Please contact me if something happens. And then the girl decided, it is worth asking for a contraceptive pill. She remembered their night. The brunette touched her belly slightly and wondered, getting pregnant after one night is not so easy. Edric was extremely beautiful, so their baby would undoubtedly be charming. Maybe it would push him to live, she thought. We would create a family built on love without any arrangements. The girl imagined Blondin as a caring father. Then the girl shook her head, muttering under her nose, no, it is unlikely to. The girl realized he would hate the unwanted baby. It will start to despise me because I continued the family. Finally, the girl dared to write, bring contraceptives. She had hopes for a Gret-Ow. Soon, an elderly woman appeared before the girl, holding a tray. She said, I brought medicine and food. The girl indifferently said, thank you, and continued to follow the secretary, looking closely at the white bag. After that, the djinn thought, why does she look so carefully? Maybe she worries that I will not use a contraceptive. The elderly woman watched the brunette to drink the potion she brought. Her gaze wadded. Jahan was surprised. Soup for noon? The secretary replied, it has been 4 hours. You are probably tired. The girl reached out to the soup and decided to say, in any case, thank you for the treat. Greta retreated one step. The elderly woman watched the brunette to drink the potion she brought. The brunette's gaze became increasingly blurred. The hand is trembling, the girl thought, looking frightenedly at the table appliance. Any elderly woman was worried about her. But suddenly another voice was heard. Finally woke up? The girl, shuddering at the surprise, shifted a frightened look at him. Then Edric entered the room with a light smile. He said, you can spend all day long as you finish eating. What do you mean? She asked. Where did the host disappear, which once was so decisively attacked on me? He replied. The secretary left them alone, and the girl turned to Blondin lightly. If you can, please help. I will gladly help. The man replied, not removing smiles from his face. He looked at the soup. How do you feel? The body hurts? Maybe help dresses? Edric asked carbonfully, but she stopped him in a gesture. Her gaze met with his eyes. She was surprised to open big eyes, while her lips clenched tightly into a thin line. The man studied the instructions for medicines. She said, I asked Marin to bring contraceptives. Are you so against it? Suddenly, the blonde asked. He looked even a little embarrassed and therefore looked. The girl, rejected to the back of the sofa, frankly confessed, I was sure that you didn't need it, so... But suddenly he, cold in his manner, intervened in the conversation. Everything is right. It seemed that for a moment his figure merged with the surrounding space, and in the next moment, a strange, awkward silence reigned between them. Both looked closely at the packaging with tablets. Suddenly, the girl squeezed his cams and said, there is no reason for excitement. I ask you, continue to feed me. You don't have anything to say anymore? Blondin asked suddenly, looking closely with the mysterious face. The girl asked in surprise. Jean replied that the professors were caught photography in the forbidden area. He reacted calmly to this. They say, nothing wrong, but it is not necessary to repeat it. Then Blondin asked again, is there something else? The girl was confused and did not know what to answer. The man lifted a spoon to her lips and said, it is worth saying that even a spoon you are not able to keep properly. Blondin smiled and said again, so I only have to take care of you. Time was overwhelmed, so I completely plunged into the study of the castle and systematization of data, thinking about all this process. When a free minute appeared, I immediately met with Edric. It was especially nice to remember their walks together. The days flashed in the bustle so imperceptibly that I did not hear it as it came in mid-December. The girl thought. Near the window, the girl looked thoughtfully at the real winter fairy tale, which Germany enveloped. Snow satyrs testified to recent snowfall. In early January, the castle was closed for visitors. Edric asked me to stay in Germany. She recalled, 1. Every time she heard his seductive persuasion, I had doubts, the girl thought, remembering the guy's hugs. Jean was thinking, not wanting to part with him, or maybe try, and then his easy passion will grow into real love? She was thinking about it. He may not want to leave this world then. However, at that moment, the kitchen appeared before her eyes. The girl checked the phone by opening the menstrual cycle. The girl clenched her lips, thinking, months should come for a long time. Inside the feeling of anxiety and inconvenience. Recently, I feel bad. I want to sleep in incredibly constantly. Maybe I got sick? The brunette thought. She touched her belly, but quickly rejected these thoughts. No, it's impossible. It is better to focus on work, the girl thought when she dropped again at the computer. She sat with the perfect posture. Then the girl looked at the brown eyes aside, delving into thought. By the way, her hair was a little smashed. Why did such silence suddenly come? Somehow it seemed suspicious. She immediately put off the laptop and moved. And suddenly the white door of her office opened and someone entered. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly. A familiar man stood in front of her who greeted her on the words, they did not see each other for a long time. She froze in place. In front of her stood Ryugen, saying, I was forbidden to come to the castle, so I have to meet you only beyond. The man noted, I heard that you had proximity without protection. Maybe you should check if you are not pregnant? She twisted, thinking, no drops of personal life. So it is not surprising that Edric hopes for the disappearance of the genus from the face of the earth. The girl cast her gaze on the lemonade nearby and answered Rugen. No, I have taken a contraceptive pill in the morning. But then the man laughed fun and decided to answer the girl. Everything was useless. He turned away. The girl was frightened by an elderly man. How is it? A pacifier? She frozen from shock, unable to move. Rugen asked with sarcasm, how could I lose such a chance? The girl expanded her eyes in surprise, saying, Marin. The man immediately replied. After all, she also belongs to the Einburns family. Jean was left without words. Could Marin also not want a break in the Einburns? The girl thought, remembering the older woman. And then that ruthless old man reached out to her a bunch of pregnancy tests with the words, better make sure. The girl looked coldly at him, trying his best to deny the obvious. Her thoughts swarmed. It just can't be. The girl went to the toilet without ceasing to pray. Let it be negative. I just have to get a negative result. And then she opened her mouth with surprise, looking at the test results. It was completely left. Even nothing left for indignation. She threw the results on the floor and began to mutter. Probably it's a mistake. So it cannot be. She again raised a test with 2 strips that attracted her eyes. Her hands were almost trembling with the awareness of this fact. Her hands trembled. She could not cope with this because it was the most horrifying possible result. Her eyes became quite round, and suddenly she realized that it was the most unsuccessful way to destroy her relationship with Edric. Suddenly, the girl got bad, and she began to be nailed. The door to the toilet remained closed for a few minutes. The girl came out, covering her mouth with her hand. Her face reflected deep reflections. How to look in Edric's eyes now? She stepped to Rugen, trying to reassure her anxious thoughts. The girl raised her hand to her lips, then to her nose, and then looked at the elderly man standing in front of her. At this point, the elderly man jumped, almost jumping from joy, and exclaimed, You are really pregnant. The girl approached the table and confidently stated, I am going to tell Edric all the truth. Rugen has frozen in place. The gray old man with a tired voice warned the girl, You don't know anything about him. Absolutely nothing. Take a look at this, Ryugwig said, stretching the girl with a photo on which Valentine's outlines were visible. She looked interested in the image. She barely shook her head, and her eyes faded instantly, filled with even more sadness and sadness. Rugen finally said, He's dead. The photo shows Valentine's body, breathing and filled with blood. Ryugen demonstrated other photos. She insisted. Edric stated that he was alive. He asked, Did you just believe her on the word? The man showed a photo of Kwan Usok and said, Your father's business has collapsed and everything else you know. The memory appeared in his head contrary to the desire. The castle suddenly turned into ruins and the Kwan fell. She thought. A blonde stood over the body of the dead, looking confident. The girl felt depressed. The girl asked what he did. Rugen explained that the reason for their cause is the dissatisfaction of the graph. No matter whether you decide to have a baby or not, from the moment you get pregnant, you are hindering, Rugen insisted. This man seemed to suffocate her. I wanted to deny, but the words stuck in the throat, turning into a lump of silence. That's what she thought. Rugen infused. The graph will never forgive you, but if you promise to keep a baby, I will protect you from his anger. And here he began to explain the plan, but the words merged into the fuzzy sounds. It would be best to return to Korea first. The girl was so immersed in her own thoughts that she missed half of the words past her ear. Her depressed state deeply captured her consciousness. The girl began to take her fingers anxious, and then uncertainly said, I need a little time to think about everything. And then Ryugugen asked with reproach, Think, do you really have a feeling for the graph? He bowed his head sideways, and here the expression of the man's face changed sharply. His gaze was overshadowed, and his eyebrows frowned so that the wrinkles were deep on his forehead. But then Ryugen decided to remind another moment. Your abduction, Valentine, when the Earl boldly pulled you out of his paws. She was engulfed by fear. She remembered how a person suddenly came to her that day. It was very surprised. Then Edric stood among his people who looked at the young girl with contempt. He was indifferent to their reaction. She remembered Valentine's fierce look when he threatened to make her accept those pills. However, Rugen did not stop. Then a man with blue eyes reminded her that Halloween was no longer around the corner. The girl was incredibly surprised. I didn't know. She mentioned their conversations and asked, was it all part of Edric's plan? Rugen replied, for him, you are only a toy. Then the elderly man stretched her phone, saying, I'll wait for your call. Please call me on this number. He insisted that the phone you were using now was donated. All data are immediately transmitted to him. Rising the stairs, she delved into reflections. After that, I kept little in memory. Having apologized to Yugen Oni, I went. After a few moments, she was already in front of a huge picture, plunging into reflection. How did I find myself here? The girl stared at the canvas depicting scenes of cruelty. Her gaze stopped on a woman with a baby, Jean thought. She felt the painful wick of women watching their children leave this world. I always dreamed of a happy tale, she reflected. I lived with the hope that my love would be able to save the Count, but all this turned out to be a naive illusion. She burst into tears. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice turned to the girl. She, surprised, raised her brown eyes, full of fear, for an unexpected guest. The girl called near the painting when Edric quickly approached her, overflowing with excitement. Are you bad? He asked. She said she suddenly felt dizziness. Everything will be okay if I rest a little. He quickly replied, I will take you to the room. The brunette suddenly pressed her arms to her stomach. It was visible how she was covered by anxious thoughts, from which she could not be released. She thought, how did he find out I am here? Is this expression on his face? The guy seems to be worried about her. The girl thought again. Was the situation not the reason? She remembered how she kissed her husband, how she cried. The girl asked, Edric, a man named Valentin, he was not harmful. Blondin sat side by side. After a few seconds of silence, Blondin finally decided to answer. Why is you so worried about Valentine? When Edric asked if Jen liked, she reacted, No, God forbid. I am worried only for having any trouble. The girl nervously sorted her fingers and then said, I think about it constantly, and it does not give me rest. The man's gaze changed instantly. He browned his eyebrows, but in his eyes there was insight and confidence. The man hastily pulled the phone out of the inner jacket pocket, intending to confirm his right. The man stretched the girl with a brightly lit screen, and Jean looked at Blondin with an expression of anxiety in her eyes. He called Valentina and reported, The owner is interested in how you are in. And please speak English, Valentine said. And I was amazed at why you got me. The girl thought, It seems like a voice, but something is wrong. The man said, I have already apologized. Jean suddenly replied, You used to say that you liked to call me a landlord. Valentine confessed. Yes, it really was. The master replied to this. Now I know what it means. No longer call me. After Blondin put the phone, he asked, Are you satisfied? At first, the girl was silent, watching her carefully. The girl lowered her gaze and then said, "Yes, thank you. Now everything is clear to me." The man tried to rise, she thought. Valentine was nicknamed, claiming that it did not fit me. And then she said, "It will be enough." Her look became cloudy and she said, "Now I no longer need to worry about anything." And at heart, she remembered what he constantly called Hessian. A few days later, a huge airfield appeared before the human eyes. The order came, went. It was an Edric traveling in a car with an elderly woman. His face focusedly wrinkled as if he had gone into his thoughts. Suddenly, in his thoughts appeared vision of a middle-aged woman with short blonde hair. He noted, "They always try to live at the expense of others." The secretary asked, "We talked to the chancellor about a new weapon, isn't it?" She remembered the conservation of genes as if trying to find out if I had any regret. The man directed his gaze out the window. Seeing people decorating the streets before the new year, the man slightly swung his blue eyes and plunged into reflections. He said, "It is probably worth going to Dresden." Greta Marin wondered, "Do you want to visit the Christmas fair?" He replied, "Maybe the host will like it." But immediately he wondered, something worries her from the moment she met Rugen. Rugen is the leader of vassals who serve Einburn. A good reason is needed to touch the one who gave the oath of faithfulness, he thought. He wondered. I allowed myself to stuff the drugs and used it as an excuse to prevent it from the castle. The man noted that it would be great to go on the eve of Christmas and stay there until the new year. She is delighted with street food. Then the man turned the gaze of his blue eyes, suddenly serious. His white eyebrows frowned. The man said unexpectedly, quoting, "And if so, it will be possible to remove the curse?" "You don't think so?" Greta replied, thinking a little. "Honestly, yes, I think so too." Blondin added, "I can't believe my ears. She is just a unique toy." Blondin added, "Add gas, Marin. I want to go home before." In his thoughts, he noted, "The owner has already waited for me." After a break before the eyes of the man, large, exquisite white railing, Edric asked, "Where is the owner now?" He was told, "She is in the G12 zone, talking to someone." The man strongly headed according to the coordinates, thinking about this girl, but suddenly he stopped. He turned to the Maza, which widely revealed his eyes from surprise, looking at him. A man stood nearby. The girl asked coldly, "Mr. Einburn, what brought you here?" Her tail wandered in a light wind. He replied, "Just passed by and decided to look." The host said, "Who is it?" "We've been meeting and talked a little." The man spoke German, but white-haired only answered a mysterious smile, without even thinking to squeeze a stretched hand. The stranger said it in German. "Enough." He heard his words with such a surprise that his eyes were incredibly widely revealed from fright and surprise. Blondin was approaching, and the German was slammed like Okamonov, afraid to move through the unexpected of the event. After that, the stranger disappeared, and Edric said in surprise, "Is it possible? It may have gone?" He noted that the stranger intended to enter the forbidden area. The girl with a fright watched his removing silhouette, while the blonde with an unclear indignation asked, "Why did all these people so persistently resist?" However, the girl ignored him and said, "I think it's time to get back to work." The man could not hide his surprise. Usually in such situations, she sympathized with me and was annoyed at the same time, recalled Blondin, barely nodding. Suddenly, the man grabbed her coat sleeve rapidly and led her behind. The girl looked at him in surprise. Edric thought that she has time to talk to strangers, so she is also able to allocate a few minutes. He introduced it into the room. Blondin returned and said, "I would like to spend Christmas and New Year with you. Don't go to us at the Christmas fair?" The man insisted that the gates would remain closed from Christmas Eve to New Year. It was a time when the staff needed rest. He thought, he planned to open the castle from the 27th to the 31st number, but it was necessary to go on a date. The girl tilted her head down, crossing her arms on her chest, as if she was confused and did not know what to say. The guy asked, "Are you worried that you will not have enough time to study the castle?" "I can delay its closure," but the girl denied him. "It is not necessary." With a gripping look, she lifted her eyes to him. The tense atmosphere reigned. The man suddenly leaned to her, breathed deeply, and squeezed his blue eyes, looking carefully at the girl. He reported that his birthday coincided with Christmas. Karaoke brunette, as if not believing, asked, I really wanted to spend this day with you, but if it doesn't work, then nothing. The girl looked at Blondin with a sense of guilt. The host tilted her head again, as if she had felt shame. And finally she added, I will come, but we will only be able to spend the evening together. She agreed with colleagues from the laboratory. I somehow invent how to hold it in Dresden, he thought, making a decision. The castle now looks like a ruin. He was destroyed by the previous Graf, despite the fact that for many years he cherished him almost as obsessed. However, the day before his death, he decided to destroy that favorite fortress. He made every effort to destroy this castle, but eventually lost balance and died under the wreckage of his favorite creation. Thanks to the power of Einburns, the castle was restored. But it is only an illusion. The man thoughtfully thought, standing on the street, if my family interrupts, Linderk will instantly take his true look and turn into ruins. He thoughtfully reflected. The man searched for the girl whom he patiently waited in the middle of the Christmas fair. Many couples were walking around him. They got to one of the most famous fairs, where numerous lanterns glittered and people were having fun and laughing. The man viewed everything around. People radiated joy, celebrating Christmas with loved ones. However, he then raised an impartial look of his blue eyes, only with fatigue thought, how is it humid here? There was a long time on his face. The man looked again, looked around and thought, who would have thought I was here at the Christmas fair? The man paid attention to the girl with toy Santa Claus in her hands. Her gaze was filled with surprise. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Thanking, he took a gift wrapped in a holiday package. The girl, as if not believing her eyes, asked, Edric, is it really me? He smiled and replied, yes, you may want to buy something else. The fair-haired looked at the glass ball and said, it looks nice. The master replied, it is not necessary to buy it. Then Edric handed the host of a toy plush hare, dressed in a red hat. The man said, as if specifically created for you. The girl felt embarrassment and looked down. Then the master said, please buy nothing more. I'm really fine. The man was surprised to brought his eyebrows. Suddenly, Blondin exhaled. His heavenly blue eyes, a little narrowed, looked vigorously and strictly at the brunette. Sometimes her face reflects true fear, although she usually hides it skillfully. But today, that's what he thought about. With a smile on his face, a blue-eyed young man asked, don't you want to eat something? Going closer to the girl, he seemed to try to read her mood. Blondin asked, maybe let's get back to the hotel immediately? The girl was barely noticeable, lowering her eyes. The man wondered, what really happened? It was then necessary to detain Rugen and ask him. I thought he hinted at the seaman, Blondin thought. Rugen understood something important and because of this fled to Poland. After the journey to Dresden, you will have to visit him. And here the brunette finally said, asking, do you think maybe go there? He looked in the specified direction. The girl showed her finger on the large Christmas tree that stood in front of them. Blondin answered with joy. They approached a huge Christmas tree that shone and shimmered with colorful lights. People were walking around. Then the brunette grabbed Blondin's sleeve and began to speak persistently. Edric stared at her face. The girl thought, looking at Blondin, and finally said, congratulations on your birthday. The man looked at the girl with disappointment. His hair gently descended on his face, and his eyes narrowed again with distrust. Blondin asked, looking at the wheel of inspection. What about a gift? She confessed. I haven't prepared it yet. Smiling, the man gently touched her cheek. And not a gift here? He asked, causing her astonishment. Blondin gently touched the finger of the girl's lip, and she, not in support, just froze in place. However, suddenly the girl pushed him, saying, wait a minute. The man was embarrassed without taking his eyes off. The brunette, with her eyes wide open, was persistently repeated. Wait here, please. As soon as she remembered something extremely important, and at the same moment, the brunette rushed to run away, leaving her husband alone. He froze motionless, afraid to take a step. He wondered, what about her mind? But in principle, you can release it a little. Thanks to the phone and bracelet, I always know where it is. Blondin turned his gaze to the crowd of passers-by. Among them were moms with babies and young couples. Some had fun at the attractions, others strolled slowly among numerous benches, choosing souvenirs. There were times when I sought to be like everyone else. The young man remembered, standing among the crowd of smiling people. However, with the death of my predecessor, I lost the last drops of humanity that was still glowing in me. He thought, I do not have desires, and this is my freedom. I used to be satisfied, but everything has changed lately. He grabbed a gift. He wondered, if I was a man, could it be easier to understand it? And then she ran, saying, sorry that she was waiting. The man asked, all right, did you finish your business? She reached out to him, adding, it's just a small present. The man was genuinely surprised, receiving such a gift. She purchased exactly the ball that Blondin called pretty cute. The girl stretched out a bullet, and a guy with blue eyes gladly accepted it. Seeing it, she shone in a smile. The blue-eyed blonde lowered his gaze and wondered, do you really think that I like it? Such a cheap souvenir? His face was overshadowed by Kumurinka, but suddenly the girl shouted loudly his name, Edric. It seemed as if his eyes had at once flashed. She laughed cheerfully and smiled, shouting, snow is falling. Winning, the girl reached out to him. A few snowflakes twisted on the shoulder of the blonde, but it remained unmoved, continuing to watch the happy masters.